to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 for the portfolios of agriculture, water and environment, industry, science, energy and resources, and infrastructure, transport, regional development and communications. The committee has to report, or is due to report to the Senate by Monday 16 May 2022, and it has fixed Friday 20 May 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice from the Environment and Communications and Arts portfolios, and Friday 27 May 2022 for the Energy portfolio. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the energy and emissions outcomes of the industry, science, energy and resources portfolio. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person, with some witnesses connecting via video conference. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to a committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be taken by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Quote, any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. End quote. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about how and when policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13 May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement. Officers called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and their position for the Hansard record. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jane Hume, Minister for Superannuation, Financial Services and the Digital Economy, and Minister for Women's Economic Security, representing the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction and Portfolio Officers. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
I also welcome Mr David Frederick, Secretary of the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. I understand that you have no opening statement, so we'll move straight to questions, and I thank again the Secretariat for preparing a statement that I could read without sending into the giggles. So we will now go to Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Fredericks, I assume that the Department is aware of the Clean Energy Australia Report 2022 that was released by the Clean Energy Council last week?
Pass to my colleagues.
Ms Munro.
So, Kushla Munro, Acting Deputy Secretary. I actually haven't had the opportunity to read that paper as yet.
Right, but you are aware that the report was released last week?
I actually am not aware of that.
Is anyone in the department aware of that?
Kath Rowley, Acting Head of Division, Climate Change Division, Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. I'm aware of the release of the report, but like my colleague, I have not yet had an opportunity to read or be briefed on its contents.
Right, okay. Well, I'm going to plough on with my questions, irrespective, just to get your responses to them. In that report, there is particularly one finding that I want to draw your attention to, and it was that, and in inverted commas, the pipeline of new large-scale renewable energy projects slowed in 2021, with both new capacity investment falling from 2020. So, irrespective of the report, that was what came out in the report. Is that your understanding too?
It's actually a question that's probably best taken by our energy division colleagues or
Right.
electricity division colleagues. So we might just need to make sure we bring the right people to the table.
Yep. So are those people here?
Yep,
Shall we just do the switch
Oh,
around?
great.
yep, they're here.
Beth Bronoro, Head of Division Electricity. In terms of the sort of the outlook for renewable energy, I should say, Senator, I had the opportunity to appraise myself of the details of that report.
You have or you haven't?
I
sorry.
have not.
You have not.
No, I haven't. But in terms of the 21, the outlook going forward is very strong for renewable energy, and so there may have been a dip in 21, but the outlook
Okay,
overall.
can you explain to me why why there was such a fall? And I understand that new capacity committed fell from 3,001 megawatts in 2020 to 2,116 megawatts in 2021, and investment fell from 4.5 billion to 3.7 billion over the same period. So can you explain to me how that happened? What happened to make that fall?
I've got our expert coming up at the moment, but we do have that information for you, Senator, and we'll come back to you on the precise numbers.
Okay.
So, Senator, just to be clear on that, unfortunately the waiting room for our department is downstairs.
Yes, I understand that.
So there'd be one of our experts probably making their way up, I think.
So, Senator, Sean Sullivan, Deputy Secretary. It's difficult when you're reading figures from a report that my colleagues haven't read, but we can answer in the general sense of what our sense of the outlook is. But again,
But there's no dispute, Mr Sullivan, that has fallen during that period of time, is there?
I don't have those figures in front of me that it's fallen. I think. Sorry.
I do have some of those numbers. So just noting there was very substantial growth between 2018 and 2021. So in terms of new renewable generation built, the numbers that I have in front of me are from, I believe, the Clean Energy Regulator. And in 2021, that was 5.1 gigawatts. In 2020, it was 7, and in 2019, it was 6.3. And 2018, 5.1. So, but in 2017, it was 2.2. So I think it's important to put that particular number in the context of the overall changes in the electricity market. And yes, there was a drop that year, but in terms of outlook for renewable energy, there are a substantial growth that we are going to see going forward, and that's sort of outlined in the, Australian Energy Market Operators integrated system plan as an example. And since that time, we've also had lots of announcements by state governments and support around that growth.
So, Senator, can I just put that figure of 5.5 in context as well? So I think from our perspective and from the perspective of the system as a whole, the national energy market, electricity market, the thing I think that the important figure is the percentage of electricity from renewable energy in the national electricity market. And so that's grown year on year, including last year. So back in 2017, the percentage of renewable energy in the electricity market national was 15.8. To 2018, it was 20.2. To 2019, 22.7%. 2020 was 26.3%. And 2021, which is the year that the report refers to, which has a drop in the gigawatts, but as a percentage of the electricity in the national energy market, it actually increased to 31.4%. So there's just been a steady growth, Senator, of the percentage of renewable energy in the electricity market.
So the only other figure I can give you, Senator, is that the downside you were talking about between the 2 years was in the pipeline of large-scale renewable. The Clean Energy Regulator are very bullish about the large-scale pipeline moving forward. the same time, small-scale renewables have increased year on year, including from 2020 to 2021, where it's come from, I think there was 3 gigawatts in 2020, and that's increased to 3.2 in 2021.
So the Clean Energy Council's explanation in relation to that period and that fall is that this was a result of continued political and policy uncertainty combined with the challenges of connecting renewable energy projects to the grid. So do you accept that political and policy uncertainty are a handbrake on clean energy investment?
Senator, I think we've given evidence already. We haven't read the report, and putting that in context is probably really important in terms of conclusions of the report. With respect to what's the reason for the some of the sort of delay in the pipeline of large scale coming on board, can I take that on notice? Because part of that is around getting
I guess
getting
the real
transmission in and delivered at the appropriate times. It's not the only issue, and so I think in terms of giving an outlook of the reasons why there's some of the large-scale investment compared to what we think the pipeline is into the future, and giving that as a 4 to 5 year trend, as Mr. Fredericks was doing, then I think I'd prefer to take that on notice and give you a more comprehensive analysis than us, and trying to read the report as well. And so in the context of that report...
I guess, Mr Sullivan, I find it extraordinary that that the department and officials haven't read the report that was released last week. But surely you have to accept that political and policy uncertainty has an effect on investment within the clean energy sector.
So, Senator, I'll just be honest with you, I just don't accept the premise of your question, because it assumes that there's been policy and political uncertainty. Now, I can't talk to political uncertainty. I'm a public servant, and
Yep,
I can't talk to that. I can, however, talk to policy certainty, and I think, you know, this department in particular has gone out of its way to provide that policy certainty across the electricity market, including most particularly, and Mr Sullivan can talk to this, working with our state colleagues through the State Officials Committee process to achieve sensible national policy reform in the electricity market. And to be really honest with you, the most important one in terms of the investment environment going forward is the work that's been done by the Commonwealth and the states together on what the electricity market will look like in post-2025. Because that's going to be an important signal for investment in the future, and Mr Sullivan can talk to that certainty that is being brought by that process, working with the states as well.
Yeah. Can I just ask the Minister a question then? So I'll give you a couple of examples, Minister, that's been cited by the Clean Energy Council. They said an unseemly public spat within the coalition as several prominent Nationals members, including newly reinstated leader Barnaby Joyce, spoke out publicly against any form of increased climate commitment. Do you accept that that had an impact on investment?
No, Senator Urquhart. In fact,
How could it not?
I would suggest that the fact that renewable energy now accounts for 32.5% of Australia's electricity, which has doubled since 2017, and the fact that renewable energy accounts for now 16.9% of all generation, is in fact a testament to this government's policy strength. In fact, can I say, Senator Urquhart, that if Labor and the Greens, they were the ones that voted against to disallow an instrument just last week funding the Battery of the Nation. And that would have supported bringing renewable energy into the grid through the Marinus Link.
So, Minister,
Which is, of course, your electorate. The source of this uncertainty is Labor and the Greens. It's not the coalition.
Okay, so Minister, you refute what the Clean Energy Council is saying?
No, I think the Clean Energy Council in their report, which I have in front of me, is actually very positive. It said that 2021 was another record year for clean energy in Australia. Almost 3 gigawatts of new large-scale renewable energy projects were completed, and the rooftop solar sector also had its 5th straight record-breaking year, installing almost 400,000 new systems to add 3.3 gigawatts of new capacity, which equates to over 6.3 gigawatts of new capacity installed during the year, giving Australia confidence that it can deliver the new clean energy supply necessary to support the accelerated closure of coal generation and achieve more ambitious climate change goals.
So, Minister, the Clean Energy Council also cited an example that said the federal government's plan to reach the net zero by 2050 target, which included no new policies, no changes to interim targets and a heavy reliance on unnamed technologies and international offsets, raised many questions about the sincerity of its commitment.
I'm questioning Labor's sincerity, Senator Urquhart.
Sorry,
if you are
I haven't
voting against to disallow an instrument that allows the battery of the
finished
nation.
my question. If I could at least finish my question, I let you state your answer without interrupting you. So can you see why that would dampen investment when there has been no new policies, no changes to interim targets and heavy reliance on unnamed technologies and international offsets?
Senator, as part of the party that voted against the battery of the nation, which does bring in new renewable energy into the grid through the Mariners link, I find this question from you extraordinary. In fact, in 2021, it was a breakthrough year for big batteries. There were 30 large-scale batteries under construction at the end of 2021, and they have a combined capacity and storage duration of 921 megawatts and 1,169 megahertz. Energy investors are clearly confident, according to the report that you are citing, about the important role and the commercial viability of big batteries to deliver the reliable power of the future, and yet it was your party that voted to disallow the instrument funding the battery of the nation. Extraordinary. Extraordinary.
I'm talking about investment.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. And yet you are the one that was voting against it. If you want to talk about policy uncertainty, Senator Urquhart, I'd make sure you were on slightly less shaky ground.
You've had 9 years to do it. That's all I'll say, Minister.
And that's exactly what we're doing. And we now have nearly a third of all energy sources are from renewables.
All right, well, I think we just try and keep the separation between questions and answers as the usual way. And sounds like you've completed your block.
Yep, Senator Chisholm's.
All right, Senator Chisholm, you have the call.
If he can hear us. Oh, yes, he's fine.
Sounds like he can't hear us.
He's just on mute.
I think you're on mute, Senator Chisholm.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thanks. I actually just wanted to focus in on those ARENA regulations. And I'm sure the department's aware now that the Senate has disallowed those regulations twice in the past year. Most recently, thanks to a disallowance that was moved by a Liberal senator. After letting the last disallowance lapse, can you confirm the Minister has introduced a new regulation on Friday? Is that correct?
Yes, Senator. The new regulations have come into effect from the 2nd of April.
And how is this regulation different in substance to either of the first two that have been disallowed?
So I think, Senator, there's a number of reasons why it's different in substance, and they are quite significant. So firstly, the regulation allows a wider range of technologies to be implemented by ARENA. Secondly, it allows ARENA to fund technology commercialisation and deployment activities. Thirdly, it removes financial caps on specific activities and also the need for various reporting requirements. And can I just say this, Senator, there is an important addition that it is worth... So that's, in a sense, Senator, the differences in substance, but there's a very important procedural or contextual change that's been made as well, which is the new regulation includes additional text which explicitly limits ARENA's functions to be within the remit of the ARENA Act. And so, Senator, you know the notion of that clause. So that's a clause to attempt to ensure that the regulation is read down so that it's consistent with the Act. And so that's an important change as well.
So I just wanted to get the understanding of the link between, so the CEFC as part of this have to give or determine what clean energy technologies mean, is that correct?
Crucially.
So the way that it operates is that the regulation uses the definition of clean energy technologies, which is taken from subsection 61 of the CFC Act. So for those purposes for the regulation, the clean energy technologies are technologies that make up the form of renewable energy technologies, energy efficiency technologies, and also low emissions technologies. I can go into more detail about those particular definitions, but I think the operative part here that you're referring to is what the role of the CFC has. So the current CFC guidelines, they're very much focused on informing stakeholders of the CFC about complying technologies within the meaning of the CFC Act. But the ARENA regulations apply to low emissions technology definition in section 64. So there's also no prohibition on what they can actually fund. So,
Okay. Sorry.
No, Senator, over to you.
Okay. So you anticipate that it will enable ARENA to fund non-renewable technologies like carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen?
So under the technology coverage, we do expect, and this is sort of goes to the differences in the regulations, that, energy efficiency, and that would extend, the previous regulations were only on road energy efficiency, so that would extend into areas such as sea and air transport. Low emission cement, the previous regulations were limited to steel and aluminium, and in that context, the capture of carbon is an essential technology if you're looking at low emission cement. And also carbon utilisation projects that are not captured by carbon capture and storage. So that does go to things like mineral carbonisation and things like that. So that's the distinction with the technologies, and it is a technology, neutral approach from that perspective. So there are no prohibitions.
Okay, so it could include blue hydrogen as well?
Yep, that's right.
Okay. So doesn't this explicitly go against the intent of the disallowance motion that was moved by the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee?
So the department is confident that from a legal standpoint that ARENA can be provided with these new functions through the regulations being substantially different. The Senate Scrutiny Committee's views are based on principles which are broader than just these particular legal considerations.
So effectively, you think you've found a way around it. Is that basically what you're telling me?
So, Senator, obviously we can't endorse that statement. The reality is our obligation is to ensure, in our advice, that we're confident from a legal standpoint that this particular regulation is valid, and we are.
Sure. It's very cute of the Minister to focus on the Marinus link, but the reality of actually what we're dealing with here is the government bringing in a regulation days before the election to fund non-renewable technologies out of ARENA is what they're achieving. So that is actually what has gone on here. Has ARENA received any applications for carbon capture and storage or blue hydrogen projects?
So, Senator, I think you'd have to ask that question of ARENA when they appear later today.
Okay. So there basically won't be an opportunity now, given the timing of the election, for there to be parliamentary scrutiny of this regulation, will there? So it enable the government to go and make announcements based on this regulation that between now and the election.
I don't think there's anything we can say, Senator.
If non-renewable projects like carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen are given funding through this regulation before the election, and the Senate or an external legal challenge finds the regulation void again, will the funds be returned to ARENA? What would be the status of those funds if they were given out?
So maybe just to clarify, so ARENA hadn't actually entered into any funding agreements or launched programs that relied on the disallowed 2021 regulations. So again, questions for ARENA, but I think within the next week it's highly unlikely any such funding agreements would be entered into.
But did you get legal advice on what would happen if this new regulation was voted down in the Senate or there was an external legal challenge to it?
Yes, we have taken legal advice on that.
Okay. And what was that advice if it did get voted down in the Senate or the legal challenge was successful?
Well, Senator, we can't provide that legal advice, as you know, unfortunately. But Senator, I just want to re-emphasise a point Ms Munro made. In many sense, it's the sort of realistic, it's the real-world answer to your question, which is the fact that even the regulation that's been disallowed, ARENA didn't make any funding agreements or launch any programs under that disallowed regulation. So, I think that's quite telling in terms of what ARENA would sensibly do.
I think you've got a higher opinion of this government than I do, Mr Fredericks.
Yeah, and also a high opinion of ARENA.
Well, the government have done everything they can to undermine ARENA in their 9 years in power, including an attempt to abolish it. So I can't help but be a bit cynical.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
All good. So, all good on outcome? No, back to you, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, yep.
On Thursday, evidence was given that ARENA's staffing levels have gone from 70.5 full-time equivalents to 20 over recent years. Can you confirm that ARENA used to be staffed off the department's provision of staff to the agency?
So, Senator, ARENA still is partly staffed by APS staff, and there was a lot of attention on Thursday on the figure for 2013-14, which was an APS provision of staff of 72. It's worth noting that the figure today is 23, and that figure was drawn out. But over the last 4 years, that figure has been relatively stable. So it was 23 this year, 24 the year before, 25 the year before, and 28 the year before that. Okay. So, and in a sense, Senator, that's partly, so that stability has been achieved of those APS numbers over the last 3 or 4 years at that level.
Yeah. Can you confirm that the agency is spending $100 million that would otherwise be spent on renewable energy projects on consultancies or labour hire contracts?
So, Senator, I think that's a question that's better asked of ARENA, because, and they appear later today, as you know. I think, well, I shouldn't foretell their evidence, but the fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, ARENA has made for itself important decisions about its necessity to hire staff from contractors, because through that period of time that we discussed on Thursday, the various technologies that ARENA have had to deal with have expanded considerably, as well as the commercial nature of the work that ARENA has had to do has expanded considerably. And so in many senses, a judgment's just been made on an enduring basis that the better source for those sorts of specialist skills is in the contracting world, rather than seeking to find them using APS staff. And Senator, you and I have had this discussion before, and I've had it with your colleagues. It's never an easy judgment, to be fair. It's not. But at the end of the day, that's a judgment that's been made. And as I say, I think that sort of balance that ARENA has struck between using APS staff for administrative functions and then in a sense contracting in highly specialised, skillful staff to ensure ARENA can do the best possible commercial job within a range of technologies. That's been a bit of a continuum now for the last 4 or 5 years.
Thank you, Mr Fredericks. Can you confirm that under the coalition, staffing for ARENA from the department has declined by 67%?
Well, as I say, Senator, like if you're comparing the number at 72 in 2013-14 and the number 23 at 21-22, that may be the percentage, I don't know. But I think, Senator, I've tried to give you a real world explanation.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just interested in those raw numbers.
Of the fact that those numbers have settled in the last four or 5 years in a very sensible way.
And are you able to confirm that over the forward estimates, rather than reversing this cut, funding for the agency is actually projected to decline?
So, Senator, ARENA's funding, I have to be really honest with you, I'm grateful to have this opportunity to put these numbers on the record because we didn't do it on Thursday. And in many ways, this notion that ARENA's funding is declining is an absolute fallacy going into the future, because if you just take this simple comparison, their actual funding for the 5 years up until 2021 was $978. 978. So say that again.
So it's
Christian?
978,532,000.
Correct. And then if you take the same 5-year figure projected from 21-22, so what they will be funded to, it increases from that 978,532. It increases to 1,383,466. So it's actually a 40% increase as between their actual budget in the 5 years to 2021.
Okay, so you're saying over the forwards, then that funding is not going to decline, it's actually increasing.
Absolutely.
Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, okay, I understand that. So can you tell me what are the staffing arrangements for the Climate Change Authority? Are there still 10 full-time equivalent staff at the authority?
I might have to get the relevant person up for that one, Senator.
The Climate Change Authority obviously could attest to that. I don't think they're on today. I'll just refer to my colleague. Do you have... Are they... No, I think it's ARENA and CFC. I don't think the Climate Change Authority is...
Yeah, no, they are here.
Yeah, they are today.
Yeah,
okay.
they are here.
Yeah, sorry. So the Climate Change Authority would be best to provide you with those figures.
I'll ask them about the numbers, but can you tell me about the staffing arrangements? So what are the staffing arrangements between the CCA and the department?
So let's check.
I'm just going to check. I'm sorry, Senator, it's Kath Rowley. There is certainly staff on secondment from the department to the Climate Change Authority. The Climate Change Authority also, as far as I understand, employs their own staff. But it really, I think that the Climate Change Authority would be best placed to give the full explanation of their current staff.
How many staff are seconded to the authority?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have those numbers to hand, but I'd be... but I think that we can make sure that the Climate Change Authority is prepared to answer that question later today.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I've just got a few more for this part, Chair. So can you tell me, of the 31 million allocated for the Positive Energy advertising campaign, can you tell me how much has been spent so far? How much remains and until what date?
Thank you, Senator. So with respect to the communications campaign, the paid advertising is now concluded, and my understanding, but this will be subject to finalisation with final invoices and reconciliation is that the full amount available for the campaign was at least intended to be spent, but the final reconciliation of that will occur once we've received all of the invoices.
Right, okay, so it's basically, as far as you're aware, the 31 million has been spent, there's nothing remaining, and therefore...
And the paid advertising is concluded now.
Right, okay. Do you foresee any additional spending on this campaign?
No, Senator, we understand that the paid component, or the paid advertising component of the campaign is now complete.
Yep. Has the department received any complaints either directly or through Finance or the Ad Standards Board about this campaign or the ads within it?
Senator, there have been a number, I think 3 complaints raised with the Advertising Standards body. The Advertising Standards body investigated those and invited the department to provide a response to the claims. We provided the evidence that related to that, and those complaints were dismissed.
Right, okay. All 3?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me how is the department measuring the success of the campaign?
Senator, there has been ongoing evaluation of the campaign throughout, and that's going to now be pulled together into a full campaign evaluation, which will then go to the Service Delivery and Coordination Committee of Cabinet for consideration.
Right. And the Auditor General previously conducted an audit of government advertising between June 2015 and April 2019, including the Powering Forward campaign from the Department of Environment and Energy as it was then. A number of problems with the campaign were found. Can you tell me what steps you've taken to ensure that those problems haven't been repeated?
So, Senator, I'll allow my colleagues to give the specifics, but I think the most important change is that, in a sense, the government policy approach to campaign to advertising campaigns was changed at the behest of Department of Finance. So they introduced a new whole of government arrangements by which communications campaigns are to be conducted, including a panel of advertisers that are predetermined as valid advertising companies. So I'm in a sense the accountable authority, and I need to be able to sign, and it's on the website, an array of statements where I attest to the campaign and various aspects of it, and that's a transparent process. My attestation is on the internet, and so in many ways the system works by I, as the Secretary, needing to attest to a range of statements that support the veracity and the utility of the program, and I've done that in this case.
Okay. Ms Bryant, did you want to add anything?
Yes, Senator Carla Bryant, I'm the Chief Operating Officer in DISA. I wouldn't have much more to add to Mr Frederick's statement, but just that we are working with the Department of Finance. It's a new village concept, and they have answered questions in the Senator Smith's earlier on the new process. That process was put in place to have more collaboration between the different providers that we use for a campaign. We were one of the first departments to use the new process this year, and the setup that Finance has for us to lean on in terms of contracting and things like that have all been improved.
Right. So those 3 complaints that Ms Rowley spoke about, were they after this new process had been put in place?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so what's been now put in place to try and ensure that those things don't happen?
Well, Senator, all of those 3 claims were not accepted, so it wasn't something that we...
So you didn't need to think about whether you did anything at all about it?
As Mr Fredericks has said, the process that we go through particularly for his sign-off on the campaign to ensure... We also have a committee, an external committee that we put the ad campaign through, and all of those steps are to ensure that the ad campaign can stand that level of scrutiny.
Yep, okay. All right, that's all I've got for that section, Chair.
Okay. Well, that, unless there's any further questions from any other parts of the universe, then we think we conclude program 2.1, and then we move on to program 2.2, which is developing clean energy technology. And I'd invite you to ask questions on 2.2.
Thank you. So I just want to turn to UNGI. Have we got... Oh, we have got the officials in the room. Great.
We have, Senator.
So in February, officials claimed that the Baroda project in South Australia and AIP were some of the most advanced in their negotiations. Evidence confirmed that Commonwealth money had been given to the AIP power station to help it reach FID and proceed to secure further money from the Commonwealth under UNGI. So can you just confirm whether or not UNGI contracts have been signed for these projects?
No, they haven't, Senator.
Okay. So other evidence given in February was that of the 12 original projects on the UNGI shortlist, 2 had been withdrawn from the process and none of the remaining 10 had proceeded to a contract stage. Does that remain correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the 12 projects that were shortlisted 3 years ago in March 2019, and not one has had a contract, let alone early works. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Not an underwriting contract, that's correct.
Yeah. So
So
I was going to add, Senator, the difference between underwriting and also pre-FID support. So the pre-FID support has now extended to Tarraleah. That was announced yesterday, which is part of the Battery Nation being part of UNGI. So that has been provided with an additional $65 million to fund the upgrade works that's required to upgrade and to increase the output from Tarraleah, and that will form part of the Battery of the Nation. So this is the issue with respect to UNGI is coming to the final underwriting contracts. Those are still in progress across a range of projects, Senator.
So can you confirm that Commonwealth funds spent via the UNGI instrument do not have any commercial return requirements?
Well, there aren't any as yet.
No, okay, but once they are...
Well, you're talking about hypotheticals there. So the differences with respect to the underwriting agreements that are being negotiated, take Baroda, for example, may be quite different to the underwriting agreements that are put in place for Battery of the Nation.
Right. So in the negotiations, there possibly could be a commercial return written into that. Is that a possibility?
The idea of the underwriting contract is to minimise the risk for the Commonwealth.
Yeah. Okay. The original amount for the CEFC Grid Reliability Fund was $1 billion. Officials quoted this amount on Thursday last week. Is that how much has now been put aside to fund projects through the UNGI instrument, or has that money gone to the CEFC?
So I think there's I gave evidence on this on Thursday with respect to funding that will go to underwriting projects into the future under this initiative. That will be a matter for the government to decide at the time. There's no current provision for that. That will depend on a case-by-case basis for the decision of Cabinet with respect to individual projects. And that's because it's a risk judgment with respect to the support terms that are then negotiated. We're negotiating those on the basis that A, it is case-by-case, the situation's different, and secondly, we're aiming those negotiations so that government support's only triggered in exceptional circumstances.
Right. Okay. So, has any money been put aside to fund those projects?
No, Senator. So this is the... I think we've taken a question on notice.
And it hasn't gone to the CEFC?
Not with respect to underwriting UNGI programs. So underwriting in future may come via the CFC, and that would be the best circumstance, but that's not actually provisioned with respect to budget allocations for projects that are still in negotiation.
Okay, understand that. So, can you confirm that without legislation before the election, the government then hasn't delivered the $1 billion to the CEFC or any projects that it had earmarked?
So this is the $1 billion Grid Reliability Fund.
Yeah.
So that's obviously subject to legislation.
Yes. So the fact that there hasn't been any legislation, it means that none of that money has been delivered to the CEFC or any projects that had earmarked. Because
That's
there is no
correct. The money,
legislation.
in terms of projects being earmarked, that's not part of the picture, but in terms of that
But without the
allocation,
legislation, that money is not going anywhere, basically.
not at the moment, Senator.
Okay.
And Senator, you might wish to ask the CFC, they are making investments in things like new energy generation, storage and transmission through their existing appropriations.
Yes, but
and there are a number of projects
in relation
there.
to that $1 billion, if there's no legislation, then it's not going anywhere.
That's the additional $1 billion,
Yeah.
but Ms Bernard is correct in that the CFC continued to diversify their investment portfolio. I think we heard evidence with respect to transmission projects around the South Australian Interconnector, Project Energy Connect, where the CFC played an absolutely vital role in getting that major piece of infrastructure across the line.
Question on Notice 21 from February 14 hearing indicates the UNGI instrument does not prescribe which technologies can be supported through the Underwriting New Guarantee Investments program. Can you confirm then that it could underwrite coal-fired power?
At the moment, it can't because coal-fired power is currently not part of the 12 projects. Originally, an upgrade to Vales Point was part of the 12 projects. That we negotiated that upgrade to Vales Point, which was in essence an energy efficiency program, so that we would get a better outcome out of Vales Point. That was subsequently Vales Point project was withdrawn because of Vales Point. That was a decision by Delta Electricity.
Yeah, okay.
But there are no other live projects within UNGI, and there's currently no second round of UNGI, and whether there would be additional projects under a second round of UNGI is a matter for government.
Yeah, so the UNGI instrument as it stands doesn't have the opportunity to underwrite coal projects.
The only coal project, as I said, Senator, was the Vales Point project, and that was withdrawn in December 2020.
So no new ones can actually come in under that instrument and underwrite?
Not under nothing can come in currently because the list of shortlisted projects is not open to new entrants.
What about new entrants?
Well, that's a decision for government.
Right, okay. Yeah.
Chair, though, it's worth noting, though, that all projects that would be referred to the CEFC would have to be referred in accordance to the CEFC's mandate. And we've always been very clear that the projects need to stack up. They're complex projects. The legislation that Senator Urquhart's been referring to, which was opposed by Labor, by the Greens. In fact, you voted against that. You voted against assisting the UNGI program last week, just like you voted against expanding ARENA's mandate. That was the battery of the nation. That was what the Greens and the Labor voted against last week when you tried to disallow the UNGI instrument. And that's a Labor vote against thousands of jobs in Tasmania, Senator Urquhart. It's a vote against economic opportunity for Tasmanians, and it's a vote against affordable and reliable power for all Australians. And that was your vote in the Senate last week, Senator Urquhart, that I think you're going to have to stand by.
I've got some questions around ISP and transmission. Is the government committed to implementing AEMO's integrated system plan?
Sorry, Mr. Bernard, you go.
Sorry? So the answer would be, are you talking about transmission? The government has supported all the major transmission projects that have been outlined in the 2020 Integrated System Plan, and the announcement with Marinus on the weekend was a further example of that. The Integrated System Plan sort of outlines a whole backbone of transmission projects that need to occur, and we've provided a range of support. Over $500 million has been provided by the government on a range of those projects.
So if I
Okay.
break down that support, Senator, to give you a sense of where the government has supported the ISP.
Yeah, I was going to ask you how many ISP projects have been, that the government's announced support for.
So up to 250 million for Marinus Link, VNI West and Project Energy Connect. A further 181.5 million in underwriting to Transgrid to increase the capacity lines, part of Project Energy Connect, which makes VNI West cheaper to deliver into the future. 33...
Sorry, Mr Sullivan, sorry to interrupt, but just if you're going to go through those things, can you just give me a quick summary of the status of those projects?
So Marinus Link, there was obviously an announcement
Yep.
on the weekend with respect to early works moving towards FID in 2024, with then delivery by 26-27 with respect to the current ISP schedule. VNI West, we are finalising further underwriting for VNI West. The significant investment in VNI West to date has been the 181.5 million in the part of where Project Energy Connect from South Australia connects with VNI West. That is on schedule to be delivered late this decade in the current draft ISP. In terms of, we've provided underwriting support for early works on HumeLink.
Sorry, which one was that one?
HumeLink, which is the New South Wales connector.
Yep.
Sorry, Senator, on that one, that underwriting support has been offered to Transgrid, and Transgrid expects that HumeLink early works can be delivered without that underwriting, so it feels confident, obviously, about that project, but that underwriting support is available to them.
And where the status of that is, it's on track in terms of the ISP to be delivered hopefully by 2026, and that'll be to be confirmed with respect to the next iteration of the draft of the ISP. There is, as you would be aware, Senator, there's currently a draft integrated system plan that's been released for comment. Subsequent to that release of that draft ISP and taking on board a range of comments from both governments and major industry players, AEMO's in the process of refining that. They'll also have to take into account an upgraded look at the energy outlook because of the early closure of Eraring in 25-26, and so we imagine that will make the case for earliest as possible delivery of HumeLink really important. But as Ms Bernera said, we're on track to do that, and the offer of underwriting support to ensure that that's on track to be delivered in that timeframe is in place.
Okay.
Q&I.
The last one of
Yeah,
those is Q&I,
Yep.
where 51 million in underwriting support, which was matched by New South Wales for early works on the Queensland-New South Wales interconnector. And so the ISP itself is not just what we're talking about there, and what I've outlined is the backbone of transmission that's required for the energy transition, and that's where the Commonwealth has been focusing its efforts. We also support renewable energy zone development within New South Wales as well.
Yep. So there's 5 projects effectively.
I've just referred to 5 projects: Marinus, VNI West, Project
Yep.
Energy Connect,
Yep.
HumeLink and Q&I.
Yep.
There's also the
just wanted to
general
check
one
that's
lines.
what I had written down. Yep. And can you tell me, has any money been transferred from the Commonwealth to the proponents or the jurisdiction? And has construction commenced on any of them?
So construction has commenced on the Project Energy Connect, I believe. So,
And has money been transferred from the Commonwealth to the
So the-
proponent or the
I
jurisdiction?
might just ask Mr Johnson to join the table, who can go into those details of exactly where the construction process is up to.
Paul Johnson, General Manager, Transmission, Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. Your question, Senator, was about the state of play on which project?
Yeah, well, all of them actually. It's just really whether any money's been transferred from the
Oh, money's
Commonwealth
been
to the
transferred.
proponent or the jurisdiction, And has construction commenced on any of those 5 projects that Mr Sullivan spoke about?
So Q&I Minor is reaching completion in the next few months. VNI Minor is due for completion next year. Project Energy Connect is is starting construction this year and due for completion in 2025. HumeLink, as mentioned, has passed the regulatory tests. Economic regulatory approvals gained last year and the feedback loop was passed earlier this year. The next stage for Transgrid is to submit a contingent project application with the Australian Energy Regulator in the next few months to gain approval to recover costs. VNI West is due, there is a project assessment draft report due in the middle of this year.
Sorry, June this year?
June, the middle of this year, so
Yep.
possibly June to August.
Yep.
The Central West Orana Res, which is another project that the Commonwealth is supporting. The Commonwealth support for this is through the state deal with New South Wales. That project has been delayed a little bit in that this is the first of its kind of a new format of renewable energy zones, and the New South Wales Government has evolved the way in which it is delivering that project. But the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, who is delivering the Commonwealth support for that project, is still in negotiations with the New South Wales Department of Government.
Right, okay. And has any money been transferred from the Commonwealth to the proponents or jurisdiction on any of those projects?
So the way in which, so with the exception of Marinus, where the Commonwealth has provided a $56 million grant and announced a further grant yesterday, the Commonwealth is providing support through underwriting. The intention of this is to protect the project proponent from the risk that they proceed with early works ahead of gaining regulatory approval to recover those costs. And it is a form of insurance arrangement whereby if they are unsuccessful in recovering costs from consumers with the approval of the Australian Energy Regulator, the Commonwealth will then at that point in time make a payment to them.
Right. Okay.
In the case of Q&I Minor, they were successful in gaining approval to recover costs, so no payments were made by the New South Wales Government or the Commonwealth. Similarly, in the case of Project Energy Connect, the Australian Energy Regulator approved the recovery of the early works costs. And early works costs, as I've said, have not yet been sought for HumeLink or VNI West.
Okay. So in the AFR on the 13th of March, the Minister wrote that those 5 projects represented all major priority transmission projects. So is major priority project a formal designation from AEMO?
The reference there is to actionable projects. Major projects are actionable, and this is in the 2020 ISP.
Right, but is that a formal designation from AEMO?
Actionable status is a formal
So
designation.
it's actionable status, not major priority project?
No.
Well, in our terms, they're major priority projects.
Yes,
and
but
that's why I was
I'm
coming
talking
back.
about in AEMO's.
Yeah, but in AMO's terminology, under the rules of the ISP, they're actionable projects. What that means, and that's what I was trying to get to before, Senator, is that spine is the critical component of transmission build over the next decade.
Okay.
And so those projects are the major projects
Yeah.
within that ISP spine.
Yeah. Okay. Can you confirm that Battery of the Nation only stacks up if Marinus Link goes ahead?
I'll get Mr Beasley to run through that. Obviously they're intertwined, and that's why there was a joint announcement yesterday, and that's the culmination of significant work both across the Commonwealth but also with state colleagues, with Tas Networks, with Tas Hydro, and obviously there is a connection in terms of increased delivery of renewable firm firm dispatchable energy into the NEM and Marinus. But Mr Beasley will have more details.
Yeah, sorry, Senator. Merrick Peasley, General Manager, Marinus Link Branch. Your question was whether Battery of the Nation stacks up with Marinus Link, is that right?
Well, it stacks up only if Marinus. So if Marinus Link, for whatever reason, doesn't go ahead, then the question is what, the Battery of the Nation is effectively dead.
Yeah, well, as you'd expect, Senator, if you're constrained and you can't get extra capacity into the mainland, then there's no point going ahead with it. That was pretty much borne out with the regulatory investment test for transmission that was done for Marinus Link, and there was quite a significant part of that modelling exercise that sort of outlined what Tasmanian Hydro would do and what wouldn't do if Marinus Link was in or not in, and they would upgrade if it was in, and if it wasn't in, they would look at other options. So that kind of goes to, it's pretty self-explanatory.
I mean, it's certainly been the sort of chatter around Tasmania for a long period of time that if that doesn't happen, then that won't stack up at all.
Well,
that's the Bob Bowen Foundation's position.
Yeah, I don't think it's cut and dried with that as well. Extra renewable energy that's dispatchable is really sought after, and particularly with respect to potential hydrogen industries as well. So I take your point that obviously the business case moving forward with respect to Battery of the Nation is improved by having more interconnection into the NEM, and the NEM is better served by that, by having more interconnection. But the Battery of the Nation is also has potential clients on island as well.
And just on the government's timeline, the first possible FID isn't until 2024, is it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. And obviously, as a Tasmanian, I know that Marinus Link and Battery of the Nation are critical projects. I know there's a lot of renewable energies that's waiting for that sort of stuff to happen. We wanted to go ahead. Is it a possible outcome, however, that Marinus Link could not achieve FID, particularly because of changing developments on the mainland? So, for example, could projects like Victoria's offshore wind strategy change that commercial calculation for Battery of the Nation and then Marinus Link?
Well, at this point, Senator, I think there needs to be considerable analysis about the offshore wind announcement, and my understanding is that AEMO is looking to do a sensitivity in the 2022 ISP. That said, the regulatory investment test modelling that was done, which had 5 scenarios and 10 sensitivity tests, also had a sensitivity around a Victorian renewable energy zone. That showed that there were it was pretty similar in terms of scale, in terms of renewable energy. It was about 10 gigawatts coming in at 2032. Now, it has a less of a capacity factor that would be usually seen than offshore wind, but it's probably the closest we've got as a comparison. That showed only a very small net benefit on Marinus Link. So I don't think that the offshore wind, if you took that as a comparison, I don't think the offshore wind announcement by Victoria would stop Marinus Link, but it's something that the AEMO ISP will run a sensitivity test on and have a look at. But, Marinus Link's got over $3.5 billion of net market benefits, Senator. So, it's looking like, in terms of construction, that have the first link in at 2027, the offshore wind was looking more about 2030, 2032, so it shouldn't have a massive impact.
Okay, thank you. So you'd be aware that AEMO's draft 2022 ISP actually includes 13 projects across 2 categories. So we've been talking about 5. On what that they say in that draft 2022 ISP that they're committed and anticipated and actionable. So can you tell me why, on what basis is the government supporting the 5 that we've discussed, not the 8 others? So what's the differential between the 5 and the 8?
So I think Mr Johnson was correct in extending that to 6, which
he did. He added an extra one.
Arana
yes.
Renewable Energy Zone, which we're working with New South Wales under the New South Wales state deal. So the major difference is, I keep coming back to, is the interconnection spine in the NEM. being critical to the operation of the NEM and the role of the Commonwealth in being and looking at the whole picture of the NEM and bringing states together and making sure that we have the capacity and reliability and price structure in our outlooks that are optimised. Mr. Johnson, have you got may want to add more detail about in terms of that distinction between the 6 projects and the other projects that are inside the ISP?
The first point I'd make is it's a draft, so we've yet to see what the final position the AEMO lands on. The purpose of the government's support has been to support transmission companies bring forward early works ahead of regulatory approval. This occurred at a time when the rules around the ISP projects and actionable projects were not yet finalised, and the AER's guidelines that apply were also not yet finalised. So there was considerable uncertainty 2 years ago as to how major projects, particularly those that had commenced the regulatory approval process under the preceding rules, would actually be treated under the new rules. That is no longer the case, as those rules and guidelines have now been in place. The other point, I guess, is that on some of the future projects there, the status of a future project is that it is the network service provider is then obliged to start preparatory works. Those preparatory works include preliminary design and engineering studies that will give further information as to the actual cost of the project and support an application to recover future costs at a later point in time.
Right, okay. So I just found it strange that the government supporting 2 of the 8 projects in the committed and anticipated category, 3 of the 5 in the actionable category. I'm not sure where that other one that you added in, the Central West, where that fits in. So why not one category or the other, or simply just all the 13 projects?
Well, Senator, of those projects in the committed category in the draft ISP, some of them had already passed regulatory approval.
Right.
So in the case of the Eyre Peninsula Link, that received regulatory approval in April 2019, a full year before the 2020 ISP.
Yeah.
And at the time of the 2020 ISP, from memory, it had already lodged an application to recover costs from the AER, which was approved in September of 2020. So the recovery cost was approved. With the Western Victorian Transmission Network project, that also had achieved regulatory approval in July 2019.
Okay.
And under the arrangements that apply in Victoria, where they have a contestable framework, AEMO, as the planner down there, had completed the contestable process for the delivery of those services by December 2019, awarding that to AusNet.
Right. So is there a standing process for proponents or jurisdictions to apply for support?
No, there's no standing process.
Okay.
That being said, Senator, the vehicle for talking with the Commonwealth, both bilaterally and in some instances trilaterally, is through the state deals. For example, we regularly talk to officials from Victoria and New South Wales with respect to VNI because it involves multiple jurisdictions. As we said earlier, the Central West Arana, our renewable energy zone, was picked up under the state deal. So if a jurisdiction wants to raise transmission issues with respect to their own jurisdiction, then the bilateral agreement process is one vehicle for progressing that.
So is there a standing process to weigh the merits of Commonwealth support for one project against another?
Look, that's case by case, but at the moment, as Mr. Johnson said, this has been supported largely through underwriting processes, and so they've been very much case by case.
Right, okay. It just seems, I guess, to me, all 3 deals that were done were with Liberal states at the time. So I guess is that by any way used on which the government's supporting some projects but not others?
No, Senator Urquhart, I think is the safe answer to that. What we can say is that the government will always support priority transmission projects, the ones that have positive cost benefits for consumers, not ones that are considered gold plating. So we support those projects that are deemed actionable in AEMO's last complete ISP. They're the projects that AEMO say stack up specifically for consumers. Now, not all projects in the ISP are actionable because not all stack up for consumers. So unless the project stacks up for consumers, it's considered gold-plated. What we won't do is what Labor's proposing, which is to spend $20 billion of taxpayer money on transmission lines that aren't needed, gold-plating the grid with $78 billion of investment on poles and wires that will have to be passed on to Australians in the form of power bills. Australians will be paying for that in that investment on their bills for decades to come. I can't believe that Labor would be proud of that. We certainly wouldn't support it.
Can you just tell me where that Central West one, you said that had been delayed. Where is that one?
So that's based around Arana, so to the east of Dubbo,
Yep.
roughly.
Senator, just coming back to your question around scheduling of support and Commonwealth support for transmission, it was in late 2020, and I can't remember whether it was November or December, there was a formal agreement an announcement between the Victorian government and the Commonwealth government with respect to working bilaterally.
What date was that, Mr Sullivan?
It was in November.
I believe it was the 20th of November 2020.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
But again, for context, that was in the same way that I described before, in terms of bilateral agreements and bilateral negotiations with jurisdictions, and that was the first sort of foundation stone with respect to those negotiations between ministers, between the Commonwealth and Victoria.
Yep. So yesterday, we know the government announced that they are investing a further $75 million on top of the previous $66 million already invested to progress the Marinus Link to a final investment decision and through the next stages of planning, design and approvals. I think if I recall, the government's been making announcements about Marinus Link for about 6 years. Is that correct?
I think the original proposal for Marinus and additional interconnectors has been hypothesised for some time. I think the original investment with respect to the Commonwealth was in late 2018 for expenditure in 2019 for a feasibility study that was funding $10 million that came from ARENA.
Yeah. And I think there were comments made in a campaign, which I'm sure you're aware of, that was uploaded by the Prime Minister on February the 27th, 2019. And he said, we hope to be at exactly where we were with Snowy Hydro 2 in not too long a period of time where we can make a final investment decision. So are you aware of those comments, Mr Sullivan?
I don't have them in front of me, Senator.
But you'd be aware that the Prime Minister made them?
Well, I don't recall them, if that's the question, though, and that was 3 years ago. With respect to our work that we work collectively with Tasmania on Marinus, that work's been ongoing and intensive for a number of years.
Can you confirm a joint special purpose vehicle is necessary for the project to go to FID, and an inability to establish risks that the project actually wouldn't go ahead?
Look, I think in terms of getting to FID, the key issue now is the project will be overseen by a joint ministerial level committee between the Commonwealth and Tasmania.
And has that joint special purpose corporate vehicle been created?
Not as yet.
Okay.
In terms of the future of that SPV, that'll be a decision down the track. In terms of what's required now to get us to FID is for the Commonwealth and Tasmania to continue working cooperatively across Tas Hydro and Tas Networks, as I said before, and to continue those intensive works. Now that we have also some movement with respect to Battery of the Nation, we now are proceeding with much greater certainty in terms of the roles of both governments and also the Tasmanian key Tasmanian government business enterprises.
So the Prime Minister made 2 additional announcements that were supposed to fast-track the project in $56 million in February of 2019 to fast-track the development of a second electricity transmission in connector, the Marinus Link, to unlock Tasmania's battery of the nation, and then on the 15th of June 2020 announced for more fast-tracking as a priority project of the JobMaker scheme, the Prime Minister during his State of the Nation address. The $75 million, as I understand, is in addition to $66 million in previous commitments. Can you tell me how much of the earlier $66 million has been dispensed?
So I can tell you that the $10 million, which was the ARENA feasibility study, has been expended. With respect to the $56 million grant, I'll get Mr Beasley to talk through what that's been used for.
Yep.
Yeah, that's been expensed, Senator.
The whole lot of it?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Can you just tell me quickly what it's been spent on?
Sure. It's been spent on, well, broadly it's been spent on the Marinus Link project.
Yep.
So...
What components?
Well, all of them in terms of that's being used by Marinus Link at the moment. And I guess some of their latest components have been the maritime engineering survey that was recently completed last week.
So Marinus Link have actually done all these projects, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep. Okay, yep.
Their engineering, their geotechnical waterway surveys in Victoria. That money would go to working closely with local landholders to conduct heritage surveys, including with Aboriginal and historical cultural heritage, engaging with regulators and engaging with the broader community.
Okay, so that's all been basically finalised, is that correct? Given
No, that's work that's ongoing and it's work
Okay.
that's continuing.
But all that
that's
$56
also our
million is
contribution.
allocated, that $56 million is allocated to all those projects?
Well, it's allocated to Marinus Link to
Yes.
do the work that they need to
Right.
do to bring the project to FID.
Okay, and do you know if they've spent all of that yet?
My understanding is it has been spent.
It has been?
Yep.
Yep, okay.
The reason that Mr Beasley sounds we can be a bit more confident, it is that funding will be fully expensed either last month or through the course of this month.
Yep.
And that's subject to ongoing acquittal process, as you'd imagine.
Yes.
But
Yep.
that's
No,
coming
absolutely.
to end
Yep.
of life, and that's why the announcement of the from the PM and the Tasmanian Premier yesterday was really important with respect to certainty for now how we move through the next 18 months towards FID.
So in a speech in February 2019 before the last election, the Prime Minister said the construction of the Marinus Link is expected to generate between 500 and 1,000 jobs during construction in Tasmania and between 900 and 1,500 jobs in regional Victoria. So given that was 3 years ago, can you tell me how many jobs have been created in Tasmania and Victoria so far?
I don't have a breakdown for you in terms of how that, both the investment from Tasmania, which I think to date has been close to 40 million, and the Commonwealth investment of close to 56 in terms of Marinus and the feasibility study. Obviously those studies with respect to and engineering works, the consultancies undertaken, the beginnings of community consultation, all provide employment. I don't have the specifics in terms of what the job breakdown is across that expenditure. What I can give you is that the projected sort of construction jobs have become probably, we've got a better handle on what those construction jobs will be.
That's into the future. I'm interested in what's happened.
But
for the
I'm trying to
last-
make the point that in terms of the lead up to and acquiring those necessary approvals processes, it's also the establishment of Marinus Link, as you know, in Launceston is a significant employer in terms
Are
of
you
local
able to get
community.
those figures
Yeah,
for
we'll
me?
take that on notice.
Yeah, take that and get
Are you
get
able
your
to come
sense.
back during the course of the day?
I think that'd be unlikely, Senator. We'll take it on notice.
So-
I think that would be unlikely, so we'll
Right.
take it on notice.
How long do you think it would take?
Because we have to go to Tasmania.
We've got to go to Tasmania, so we'll use
You've got to
the-
go to Tasmania.
because the Marinus Link is a Tasmanian entity, so we'll,
Yeah, I
we'll seek their
understand that.
advice and
Yeah.
we'll do it according to the usual Senate processes for questions on notice.
Right, so
I
you
won't have
can't
to-
do it before then.
I won't have to fly to Tasmania, but we would have to
I
talk
was
to
going
our
to say, it's not
Tasmanian
that far
colleagues.
away. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. Announcing funding some three years ago for Marinus Link, Minister Taylor said, we do need to move as quickly as possible because this is an urgent problem that needs to be solved, and that's why we're here today. That was 3 years ago. In terms of that timeline, the government, I understand, is yet to even establish the corporate entity. Is that correct?
As I said, Senator, the approach to FID will be done, is being done through, previously up to this point, through a joint committee at officials level. That was now being raised to ministerial level, governance committee, and that will take us through to FID, at which point the ongoing governance arrangements for Marinus will be put in place for the purposes of FID.
Yeah, but I guess the point I'm making is that it was 3 years ago the minister said it was an urgent problem and needs to be solved, and here we are 3 years later and there's still no corporate entity that's been established.
The establishment of the corporate entity is only one piece of the work that we need to do.
That hasn't been.
And to be honest, Senator, that's not slowing us down with respect to the work that's being done. What has been achieved is really significant, both in terms, that's been recognised by EMO with respect to recognising Marinus inside the draft ISP as a key component now. It's passed its regulatory test. We're working in terms of Victoria.
So when
and
will
Northern
that
Tasmania.
corporate entity be set up?
That's a matter in terms of leading into FID. So from a Tasmanian point of view and a Commonwealth point of view, that we'll work through that, but that's part of the purposes of establishing a government, of a ministerial-led governance committee that can oversee the project now that we're in that critical phase of leading into FID.
All right. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Senator Urquhart. That closes program 2.2. We now move to program 3.1, which is supporting reliable, secure and affordable energy. So,
Chair, just to assist, it may be that Senator Urquhart has been asking questions in program 3.1. We've been happily taking them for him.
okay, well,
Yeah,
with
so it's done,
To
Senator.
Arena.
okay,
Yeah.
on that basis, then we are able to. We're going to suspend while we get the next witnesses. We thank the department very much, and that's
Thanks, Chair.
that's all I think we need from you today. So
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Dean.
it. Thanks, Senator.
thank you. We're suspended. Agency via video conference, and got Mr. Miller and Mr. Kay, I believe, or at least Mr. Miller on the line. So we're going to go to questions to you, Mr. Miller.
And Senator Chisholm will lead
Senator
us
Chisholm's
off.
going to
Yeah.
take the call.
Thanks,
Oh,
Chair.
sorry, excuse me.
Thanks.
Sorry, Senator Chisholm. I just wanted to, for a good process, offer Mr. Miller an opportunity to table his opening remarks.
Chair, I don't have any opening statement, thanks.
Thank you. You have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for joining us. Just on the regulations, so I'm sure you're aware the Senate has now disallowed the ARENA regulations twice in the past year, most recently thanks to a disallowance from a Liberal senator. When was ARENA notified of the new regulation?
Senator, would have been within the last couple of weeks. I think it all happened fairly rapidly recently, that we were told there'd be a third regulation that would be put forward, and we saw a draft of that approximately a week before it became law.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to provide feedback on that, or were you just sort of given it as an FYI?
No, Senator, we provided some feedback to the department.
Okay. And what was the nature of the feedback you provided?
Senator, I'd have to go and look through my notes to be precise, but we were just trying to understand the way that the regulations might work, and some of the mechanisms were quite different in this one to the previous regulation, so I think it is seeking clarification. But ultimately, the regulation put forward was a matter for the department and government.
Has ARENA had any indication from the CEFC as to what clean energy technologies mean?
Senator, we've not engaged with the CFC about that, but we're aware that their board set investment guidelines which outline, I think specifically the low emissions technologies of clean energy technologies.
Okay. Do you anticipate that it will enable ARENA to fund non-renewable technologies like carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen?
Senator, the regulations are quite new. The way that definition of clean energy technologies works is different, and we need to take some time to work through that before I can definitively answer your question.
Okay. Have you got any applications on carbon capture and storage or blue hydrogen before you?
No, Senator.
Okay. If non-renewable projects are given funding through this regulation, is there any prospect that non-renewable projects like CCS or blue hydrogen will be given funding through this regulation before the election is called?
No, Senator.
Okay. I asked the department this around legal challenges or if the Senate disallows this new regulation again. Has ARENA itself had to get legal advice around if they did approve a project but the regulation was voted down in the Senate or there was an external legal challenge to the regulation? Has ARENA had to get legal advice on how on what would be the status of those funds if that happened?
Senator, not in relation to this regulation specifically, but we have, in general terms, against the previous set of regulations, sought advice from the AGS on what risks that might entail if the regulations are disallowed and we had a funding relationship or agreement on foot, or even an open program. So we have sought privileged legal advice on that matter.
Okay, yeah. So you'd presume it'd sort of be apply again or similar circumstances for this?
In a general sense, yes, I think that advice would apply.
Okay. People have variously categorised motivations behind this regulation as allowing ARENA to invest beyond solar and wind as their cost curve has come down. Isn't it the case that ARENA can currently invest in bioenergy, battery storage, hydropower and pumped hydro, demand response, green hydrogen, geothermal, ocean energy and more?
Senator, just as you were talking through those technologies, yes, I think our current Act mandate would be able to support all of those technologies.
Okay. With the recent legalisation of offshore wind and the need to get the cost curve down, how do you see ARENA's role in assisting with that?
Senator, we think that's an interesting technology to have a look at, and we have engaged with a number of market participants in their prospective projects. We're interested in supporting some early works in some of those projects.
Okay. With the expansion into non-renewables and the cut to funding over the forwards, does this risk ARENA not being able to fulfil its role in regard to offshore wind that it has done and continues to do with onshore wind and solar?
Well, Senator, probably just say a couple of things. Firstly, our funding in the forward estimates has not been cut. And secondly, our investment plan, which was released in September 21, does not have offshore wind as a key priority for ARENA. I did say to you that we can support offshore wind and we're interested in early projects there, but it's not a core priority of ARENA's to support offshore wind in particular. But my main comment would be that just refute the suggestion that ARENA's funding in the forward estimates has been cut. It hasn't.
Okay. I just had some questions around staffing of ARENA. On Thursday, evidence was given that ARENA's staffing levels have gone from 70.5 full-time equivalents to 20 over recent years. Can you confirm that ARENA's used to be staffed off the department's provision of staff to the agency?
Sorry, Senator, I just missed the question you asked right at the end. Can you just restate that, please?
I was just trying to get a sense that ARENA used to be staffed off the department's provision of staff to the agency. Is that correct?
Senator, we still are. We have approximately 23 FTEs made available by the Secretary of the Department to ARENA. And that number has been relatively the same for the last few years. I think it was 25, 24, and now it's 23. We have a recruitment process underway to fill some vacant positions, so that number is likely to go back up. So the 70 number you refer to is quite a long time ago. Lots changed since then, but the staffing level from the department has been relatively constant over the last few years.
Yeah. So what's it been at over the last few years? Sorry.
25, 24, and now 23 in this year.
Okay. And can you confirm that the agency is now spending $100 million that would have otherwise been spent on renewable projects on consultancies and labour hire contracts to make up this shortfall?
No, Senator, I don't know where you get $100 million from.
Okay, well, what has been the spend on consultancies and labour hire contracts over the last few years?
Approximately $10 million a year across those two types of contract arrangements.
And has that gone up over time?
The last few years, Senator, it's come down. So from a peak in about 2018, it's come down over that course of the last few years.
Okay.
But it's settled at that round about that $10 million number that I just mentioned.
Okay. Just one final question from me. The department earlier said that there were no prohibitions on technologies in this new regulation, but at the same time, CEFC does have a prohibition on nuclear and carbon capture and storage. So I just wanted to get a sense on where that sits.
Yeah, Senator, the regulations that came into effect on Friday do not have that same carve-out for nuclear and carbon capture and storage. So we rely on the CFC's definition of clean energy technologies, but not the exceptions that you mentioned.
Okay, so so there are no exceptions in terms of what you fund. So potentially you could fund nuclear and carbon capture and storage.
Well, Senator, it has to comply with the definition of low emissions technologies and clean energy technology. So that's not true to say that we can do nuclear. In fact, there's very good reasons why we can't do nuclear, given the moratorium that exists throughout Australia on nuclear energy. So we wouldn't be doing nuclear for that reason. But carbon capture and storage is not allowed. It is possible that is a technology we could support. And as I said to you, we need to work through the details of the definition of low emissions technologies in order to figure out where the boundaries lie for us on that technology.
Thanks very much, Mr. Miller. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Senator Chisholm. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm sorry, I missed Senator Chisholm's opening question, so this might be a bit of a repeat. But given the new regulation that was introduced by Minister Taylor on Friday, is it ARENA's understanding that they will be expected to invest in further technologies that they have been restricted from investing in, e.g. carbon capture and storage, soil carbon, gas-derived hydrogen?
Yes, Senator, I think it's fairly clear the government's been fairly consistent about this, dating all the way back to the 2021 budget, that ARENA would be investing in additional areas of decarbonisation beyond renewable energy, pure renewable energy. So yes, we are clearly aware that the government's intentions are that we invest more broadly.
And given that we are, 6 weeks out from an election, that we've had this regulation, the equivalent regulation disallowed multiple times now before, that the 15 days available for disallowance of this regulation, given the election, is unlikely to be up until well into the second half of this year. What action will ARENA be taking in the short term, given that expectation?
Well, Senator, from our perspective, we've been investigating these new technologies for a while, since it became made clear to us that we would be able to invest beyond renewables. We'll continue that investigation now that this regulation is on foot, but we will not be in a position to invest or launch programs or do anything substantively to provide funding against these technologies between now and the commencement of the election process.
Okay, but how about between now and the time period, whatever it ends up being, of the 15 sitting days when this regulation would potentially be able to be disallowed once again?
Well, Senator, that's a matter for Parliament, how those processes work. I don't know when the sitting days will fall. I don't know whether that'll be, how shortly after the election that will be. We will just continue to do our background work on these technologies until all of that becomes clear.
Right, but that's my point. It's a matter for Parliament, and what the sitting calendar looks like post-election as to when that 15 days is up. What I want to know is how ARENA is going to be taking that into account, that within those 15 days, you very well could be in a position of having this regulation once again disallowed. And so what actions will you or won't you be taking in that period of time?
Well, Senator, as I said, we'll be continuing to investigate the programs we might roll out post-election with this set of regulations. As to the Senate's scrutiny of this regulation and the number of sitting days, that's a matter for Parliament. I can't speculate on how that might play out.
No, but it's not a matter for Parliament, it's a matter for ARENA as to what actions you take, given that it can potentially be disallowed.
Well, Senator, the regulations are law. We can act on them. We have our legal advice that we mentioned before that outlines the risks that the board will consider in pushing forward with the investment programs, and ARENA will continue to navigate that complexity while that is all happening.
But the question is, yes, it's the law, you can act on them, but whether because of the risks of a potential change of government, the risk of the regulation being disallowed once again, as to whether you will act on them to actually invest in these technologies.
Senator, I have a board meeting of the ARENA board coming up on Wednesday. I'm sure we'll talk about that and we'll figure a way forward, as we always do.
Can you give me some more details about what your investigations up until now have entailed and what those investigations, as you call them, into these technologies will look like ongoing?
Yeah, sure. So I think the first area we explored quite deeply was the opportunity to invest in the soil carbon space, particularly in the measurement and verification of soil carbon. We have an internal strategy team that's engaged quite extensively with research institutions in the market in order to firm up our understanding of the opportunities there. We've presented that thinking to the board, and then we turned our attention to carbon capture, utilisation and storage. We did a similarly in-depth piece of work where we engaged with, I think, over 30 stakeholders to try and understand what ARENA could do to support that technology. And again, we've taken that to our board and in fact presented that to the Minister as well. And we have early thoughts on how we might roll out a research and development program in that carbon capture space, later this year if we have that opportunity.
How about gas-derived hydrogen?
Well, Senator, gas-derived hydrogen is also leverages carbon capture and utilisation and storage. It's the key enabler, if you like, of gas-derived hydrogen would be, or blue hydrogen would be sequestration of the CO2 stream. We haven't done as much work on that particular technology, given that the department is responsible for quite a large amount of funding for the Hydrogen Hubs program, and gas-derived hydrogen would no doubt be somewhat coming forward in that program. So that might be something we look at in the context of what the department is doing and what we might do within carbon capture, utilisation and storage, as I said earlier.
Would you be able to table for us the reports of those investigations?
Senator, I'll take that on notice to see whether I can do that. Some of that is internal work of ARENA's, but if I'm able to share that, I'll do so.
Thank you. And can I get confirmation that under this new regulation that it will be the board of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation that will now be defining what technologies ARENA can invest in?
Well, Senator, I assume you're just talking about the extended technologies, not our core technologies of renewables.
Yes.
But certainly the way the regulations work is it ties the definition of clean energy technology to that of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation board develops the investment guidelines that specify its interpretation of low emissions technologies. And so to the extent that we rely on that limb of low emissions technologies, we would be reliant on the threshold set by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation board, and we'd have to interpret that for ourselves at the time.
So effectively it is the Clean Energy Finance Corporation board that will define and determine what those technologies are and therefore what you can invest in.
Well, Senator, I'll just refer you to my answer I just gave. I think that's expansive enough.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Do you have further questions for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation? Sorry, ARENA?
No, we're done.
Okay. Well, we're going to have a slightly early morning tea then. So what we'll do is, just for the millions of people that are watching this at home, perhaps if it's billions, we will have a 15-minute break now. Then we'll come back with the Climate Change Authority, then CEFC, and then go from there.
And then moving on.
Yep. Okay, we'll suspend now. Thanks. Now call officers from the Climate Change Authority. Mr. Archer, thanks for being here. We'll take any opening statements as tabled, and Senator Urquhart might have some questions.
I do. Thank you,
Great.
Chair. Hello. Can you tell me, does the Climate Change Authority staff still sit at around 10 full-time equivalents?
Brad Archer, CEO, Climate Change Authority. So currently our headcount is 15.
15.
So that comprises 10 ongoing staff, 3 non-ongoing staff and 2 contractors. The ASL that we work to presently is 11, which has increased from 9.
Okay, great. And the 3 non-ongoing, are they full-time equivalents?
That's a good question. I believe so.
Okay. And the 2 contractors, are they on a... How are they employed? Through a...
Through a hiring agency?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Are they full-time equivalent hours as well? Excuse me.
Yeah, so I think so. Off the top of my head, I'll correct the record if I'm wrong, but I think that's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Can you tell me what was the staffing peak for the CCA and when?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. I can talk in broad terms that I think the authority staff did reach a level somewhere between 30 and 40. This is probably going back to around 2015, but that's just to give you a rough idea.
Yep.
I will take that on notice to get that correct.
Did the Climate Change Authority view the government's Australian Way net zero document before it was published?
No, Senator.
Did the Climate Change Authority provide any advice on that document?
So, Senator, we were not consulted, nor did we provide advice specifically in relation to the preparation of the long-term emission reduction plan. We had published some of our own self-initiated research, some fairly significant research reports, which was available for the government to consider as it put that plan together. And also our chair, Grant King, has been involved in the advisory group on the low emissions technology roadmap, which I think was quite integral to the long-term emissions reduction plan.
Okay, thank you. And in light of the worsening natural disasters and extreme weather events that we're obviously seeing and many Australians are living through at the moment, as well as increased international climate obligations, has the Climate Change Authority's mandate or remit been expanded in this budget?
No, Senator.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. We thank the Climate Change Authority for being here and for your answers, and we wish you now all the best for the future.
Thank you.
That's quick.
All right. Now, I now call officers from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation who are here via video conference, and we have Mr. Learmonth.
Yeah, Learmonth it is. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We'll take any opening statements you have as tabled, and we'll go straight to questioning, and Senator Urquhart has some questions for you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Learmonth. The government introduced the CEFC bill to the House in August 2020, and then it was removed from the schedule in February 2021. Between then and now, was the CEFC ever notified that the legislation would be reintroduced?
We were kept aware of what was sort of being proposed, Senator, but I don't sort of recall any. I mean, we'll leave that to the government of the day.
Yeah, no, that's but were you notified that that would be reintroduced from the CEFC's position?
No, we kind of left that to the government.
Yeah, so you weren't notified that it would be reintroduced. I understand that's the government's prerogative to list it, but my question is whether or not the CEFC was notified whether or not the legislation would be reintroduced. And
Senator,
I take it from
your... Are you referring to the Grid Reliability Fund bill?
Sorry?
Are you referring to the Grid Reliability Fund bill? Simon Every, Head of Government and Stakeholder Relations, sorry. Yes, okay. So, Senator, I understand that bill is still on the notice paper.
Yep.
So it hasn't been, as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been withdrawn.
No, but it was pulled from the schedule, so the sitting schedule. My question is very clear. It's either a yes or a no, really. So between February 2021, when it was removed from the schedule, was the CEFC ever notified that the legislation would be reintroduced?
Senator, we're not normally consulted on parliamentary scheduling of the government's business.
Okay. Can you confirm if the $1 billion for the Grid Reliability Fund is now under CEFC administration?
Well, that legislation is still yet to pass, Senator. So at this stage, there's no change to the CEFC Act or the monies under our administration.
Okay, so you don't have that $1 billion under your administration?
Not today, Senator, because that legislation is still yet to.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yes. Has the CEFC funded any UNGI or grid reliability projects since they were announced 3 years ago?
We haven't funded any UNGI programs or projects.
Yep, thank you.
At this
sorry.
stage. We have invested in grid-related projects.
What about reliability projects? Commitments to invest in the grid will of course lead to
will lead to an increase ultimately in reliability of the NEM. So to that end, I guess you would say we have.
Right. So I just want to ask that question again. Has the CEFC funded any UNGI or any grid reliability projects since they were announced 3 years ago?
Well, I think if you're referring to projects under the auspices of the Grid Reliability Fund, the amending legislation, then, no, because that legislation hasn't passed. So
Yep.
to that extent.
Yep. No, I understand that. Yep. So you're familiar with the new UNGI instrument, and that funds spent through this do not have the same commercial return requirements that the CEFC has. So can you tell me what kind of issues would arise if UNGI funding goes towards the projects that are not forecast to have a commercial return, and the government, if the bill passes, then expects the CEFC Grid Reliability Fund to underwrite the project from then on? Does that expose the CEFC to risk?
Yeah, just maybe a few comments just on the UNGI program. It's at this stage, it's something that's being undertaken by the department and not the CEFC. So whilst we have provided some seconded resources to that initiative, we are not, it's not an initiative the CEFC itself is involved with. So we can really only speculate as to what it's about.
Okay. Just a couple of questions in relation to ARENA regulations. So the Minister's third attempt to circumvent the Parliament for ARENA regulations involves the CEFC. Can you explain what it would characterise as clean energy technologies for the purposes of the ARENA regulation?
Well, I can't speak for another agency, nor the proposed, regulations that you refer to. We can only really reflect on the CEFC's, the Act, and our approach to low emission technologies, and all those investment guidelines are on our website and publicly available.
Right, but I guess my question, I'm not asking you to comment on other agencies. I'm asking what would the CEFC, what would you characterise as clean energy technologies for the purposes of that regulation?
Yeah, I can only really speculate because of those regulations. We have three heads under which we invest: Senator, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and low emissions technologies. Mm-hmm. And the definitions of renewables and energy efficiency are outlined in the Act, whereas low emissions technologies are further elaborated in an investment guidelines that, once again, as I say, are on our website. So they're a little more kind of elaborate and can change from time to time in accordance with the board. So they are more they are influenced and devised by our board from time to time.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Learmonth. And some of those clean energy technologies that you deal with, would they include non-renewable technologies such as carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen?
Well, carbon capture and storage is expressly prohibited under the CEFC Act.
Yes.
So the CEFC, cannot. And blue hydrogen, as outlined by Darren Miller, involves CCUS or CCS, and again, CCS being precluded under the Act wouldn't be relevant to the CEFC.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, and please, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what you're saying, that blue hydrogen has an element of CCS, therefore that would be prohibited as well. Is that as I understand what you're saying?
Well, I guess I'm just saying any technology that involves CCS,
yes,
be that blue hydrogen or otherwise,
okay, yes,
wouldn't be something that the CEFC would participate in.
Great, understood. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
following up on along the same lines, Mr. Learmonth. So with the regulation for ARENA that Minister Taylor issued on Friday, and we just heard in questioning of ARENA that effectively the CEFC board will be determining what low emission technologies ARENA can invest in through your investment guidelines, as you just stated. So was the CEFC aware that you now had this new responsibility?
I personally wasn't aware.
Okay, and do you think anybody else in CEFC would have been aware?
I can only speculate. I don't believe so, but I can only speculate.
Right. So the government hadn't reached out to the CEFC and said that your definition of low investment technologies was going to influence what ARENA could invest in.
And nor would I necessarily expect them to. It's a matter for how the regulations were being devised, and it relates to ARENA. I mean, they are referencing the CEFC, but so I don't see us as the needing to be advised of that on Friday afternoon.
Okay. Now, look, the CEFC board, you've had the same investment guidelines for quite a while, haven't you?
That is true.
Do you know when they date from?
I might refer to a couple of my colleagues who've been with the CFC even longer than me to see if I could give you a...
Yeah, Senator, I'd have to take the current date of the guidelines on notice, but there's been iterative development of them since 2013.
Right. Thank you. So when were they? So you don't know when they were last revised?
I'll have to come back with you on that date.
Okay, thank you. Are you currently looking at revising them?
Well, there's a question for the board, Senator, of course, because they are board guidelines. At this stage, there is nothing in an agenda for an upcoming board meeting that's looking at revising it. But I can only again speculate. The board, it'll be up to the board to make those decisions.
But if the board, I mean, with previous iterations, if the board had been looking at amending its guidelines, would it have wanted to have some briefing from the organisation as to how those amendments, as to what those amendments would look like?
Look, I'm sure that's the case. If the board were looking at changing our guidelines, I'm sure we would be involved in the considerations there and the implications one would expect.
Right.
Senator, just to get you that answer on your question from earlier, the current guidelines were issued in March 2021.
Right. Okay. So they're a year old. Yeah. And can you talk, Mr. Every? Can you talk us through what the process is in that March 2021 revision? What would have occurred for the board to revise its guidelines?
I will have to get those details, Senator. But the review process is up to the board to do. There are some requirements under the CFC Act for our investment policies to be reviewed periodically. I would have to determine whether or not that applied in this instance or whether it was some particular reason.
Thank you. Do you know if you can set guidelines for yourself that would be different to those set for ARENA?
Well, we can only speak for us. The guidelines, as we say, the LET guidelines, that is, low emission technology guidelines, set by the board. The CEFC board, whether they, how they relate to ARENA is really a question for, ARENA and the legislation.
Yes, so you wouldn't see that you would have a role specifically creating new guidelines that would be just for ARENA, at least under your current operations.
I've never contemplated that because it's never been an issue that's been raised with us.
it makes sense. Have you been approached by the Minister or his office to asking you to revise your current investment guidelines?
I haven't, no.
And would you expect that no one else in the organisation would have been approached?
Don't believe so.
Yep. And would you have visibility as to whether anybody in the board would have been approached by the Minister asking to revise
You'd
the
have to
guidelines?
ask the board that. Yeah, Senator, you'd have to ask the board that question.
Okay. And look, I just want to get confirmation, given the controversy over, ARENA's investment and your guidelines, but you're not looking at changing the guidelines to allow ARENA to invest in carbon capture and storage or gas-derived hydrogen?
Again, Senator, question for the board. They're coming up with those guidelines. We're not currently proposing. I'm not aware of any changes. Haven't been advised of any proposed changes by the board as we stand today. But that is very much a question for the board.
But there's been no advice that's come from the organisation that's gone to the board on this issue.
Senator Andrew Powell, CFO of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. It would not be possible for our board to put CCS into our LET definition because it would be in conflict with our Act, so we could not actually do that.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Powell, sorry. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thanks very much. Well, we now have finished. I should say at this point I have about 250 questions for the CEFC, so I'm going to start now and we'll finish at about 11 p.m. No, I'm only joking, it's all good. So thanks for being here today, and we are now going to conclude the examination of the energy outcomes of the science, industry, energy and resources portfolio. So thank you for your evidence today. And for people that are watching at home, we will now take an early lunch break because we don't have any more people that we can talk to right now. We will talk to ourselves because we are very collegiate here, but apart from that, and I look forward to further opportunities, we will now suspend and return from the lunch break. I'm going to propose that we do that at 12:30.
Yep.
Does that
sounds good?
Work
A long
for
lunch
the
break,
Minister?
excellent.
That works for the Minister? Yep. So we'll be back at 12:30.
Great.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Hume on schedule. And welcome back Senator the Honourable Jane Hume, Minister for Superannuation, Financial Services and Digital Economy, and the Minister for Women's Economic Security, representing the Minister for the Environment and Portfolio Officers. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
No.
Thank you. Also welcome Mr Andrew Metcalfe, the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. Mr Metcalfe, do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Okay, I understand the Department wants to table some questions on notice.
Yes, we have some. Yes, Andrew Metcalfe. Senator, we took a number of questions on notice when we appeared before the committee last week, and we can table those with the agreement of the committee. So.
Yes, you can. Okay.
We'll table our responses. So.
Well, thanks for tabling that, Mr Metcalfe. Righto, well, that's good. So we're on to... I lost my piece of paper. Here we go. Department of Ag, Water and Environment. So we're on Sustainable Management of Natural Resources and the Environment, which is program 1.1 at this stage. And we've got some other programs to work through later. So I think the proposal the committee is pursuing here is that we will work through these outcomes and programs, I mean to say, in that way. So program 1.1, Senator Urquhart, I believe you have some questions.
I do, thank you very much. The government announced $50 million for emergency wildlife and habitat recovery after the 2019 bushfires. Can you tell me when the first payment was actually made, when it was delivered to the organisation?
Yes, Senator. I'll just ask the relevant officers to join me.
Thanks, Senator. Just give me one moment.
Sure.
What I can say, Cassandra Kennedy, First Assistant Secretary, Biodiversity Conservation Division. What I can say is that of that 200 million wildlife recovery package, which comprised the 50 million initial response that you've mentioned and the 150 for longer term responses, that money has all now been committed. Let me just get to the... So, apologies, your question was...
So the question was, can you tell me when the first payment, this was the 50 million for the emergency wildlife and habitat recovery after the 2019 bushfires. So can you tell me when the first payment was delivered to the organisation?
I will need to take on notice when the first payment was made, but what I do have here in my notes, Senator, that could be helpful is that as well as being fully contracted, 48.3 million has been paid to funding recipients.
48.3 had been paid to who?
48.3 has been paid, yes.
Right, okay, thank you. And are you able to tell me when the last payment was made?
Again, that's a level of detail that I'm not going to have in my briefing, but, you know, we've been working with funding recipients. Some obviously, it has been a difficult 2 years following from the fires and then through COVID and that sort of thing. So we have been working closely with funding recipients to make sure that that important work can be done and the funding would flow. So I'd need to take on notice the exact most recent payment.
Okay, and obviously there's, 2.7 outstanding payments to be made?
That's right. So the notes I have here is that 60 of the 99 contracted projects are completed, so they would have their full funding amount paid, and we're just working with the recipients on those final few payments.
Right, okay. So we know that more than 3 billion animals perished or were displaced in the 2019-20 bushfires, and koalas were significantly affected. Can you tell me, are bushfires considered a key threatening process under the EPBC Act?
Senator, the TSSC, the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, has had under consideration for some time a key threatening process in relation to different fire regimes. Now, I understand that the Minister has made a decision to adopt that KTP very recently, but I do not think that has yet been announced.
Right, I see. So I understand the official name is Contemporary Fire Regimes Resulting in the Loss of Vegetation, Heterogeneity and Biodiversity throughout Australia. Is that correct?
That sounds correct. Just give me one moment. Yes, fire regimes that cause declines in biodiversity. Yes.
Yeah, great, thank you. And I think you said it was under consideration. So is the intention of the government to list bushfires as a threat?
In relation to that KTP that we're discussing, as I said, the committee, the TSSC, undertook public consultation on the draft listing between 19th of November and the last year and 10th of January this year. Public results of that public consultation were considered by the committee recently, and the advice has been provided to the Minister, and I understand she has made a decision in relation to that.
Right, but you don't know what that decision is, whether or not bushfires are intending on being listed as a threat?
My understanding is that it will be listed as a threat, the fire regimes that cause declines in biodiversity.
Right. And can you confirm that on the species profile and threats database for the koala, there is not a threat abatement plan relevant to the koala?
We might just ask a different officer to come forward.
Thank you.
So we can answer you succinctly, Senator. So.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator, we'll just get you to repeat the question. So.
I could see Ms Stavisky chafing at the bit to get to the table, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Dr Ilona Stavisky, Assistant Secretary, Protected Species and Communities Branch. In terms of the koala, there's an updated conservation advice from the recent uplisting, and that includes the relevant threats. one of which is fire regimes that impact biodiversity.
Right, but is there not a threat abatement plan relevant to the koala?
So threat abatement plans are developed in response to key threatening processes.
Yes.
So now that the Minister has agreed to list fire regimes that result in declines in biodiversity as a key threatening process, there is now the decision, and she has 90 days in which to consider that, whether a threat abatement plan needs to be developed for that process.
Right, okay, but there is, at this stage, there is not a threat abatement plan, but that's in consideration of the Minister.
It's in consideration, and in the koala conservation advice and draft recovery plan, there are actions that go to management of fire in relation to the threats to that species.
Right, okay. The expert panel identified 810 priority species and ecological communities for urgent priority intervention. Can you tell me of these species, of that 810, how many require a recovery plan?
Thank you, Senator. So not all of those species are actually listed under the EPBC Act at the moment. So based on that advice, there's been a prioritisation process to see which species need to be reassessed if they are listed, or which need to be assessed for listing.
Yep.
Out of those, I can't tell you which ones require a recovery plan.
Are you able to tell me how many?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have that with me. But as Ms Kennedy mentioned earlier, the 200 million bushfire response plan was put in place with actions to assist the species, and that was on the basis of the conservation planning documents that were there.
Right, but you can't tell me how many of the 810.
We'll need to take that on notice.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Will the recovery plan for the koala be enforced before the next bushfire season?
I think, as the Minister has said publicly, and we mentioned at the last estimates, the intention is to make the plan as quickly as possible. My understanding is we're in the final stages of making that plan with New South Wales, so I'd expect it to be in place shortly.
Okay, thank you. I've just got some questions now around the Environment Restoration Fund. So, Senator Hume, I might just start with you. I think in representing the Minister last week, you told estimates on Thursday that the next phase of the Environment Restoration Fund would focus on flood recovery. Flood recovery. Can you confirm that that is the case?
I cannot right now, but I will take that on notice. I'll get back to you within the morning, within the afternoon.
That's what you told us last week.
Yes, and that's my understanding, but I'll just make sure, I'll confirm that for you.
Right. Okay. Can you tell me, so there was $100 million committed to the Restoration Fund in 2019. How much of that's been spent?
There we go. Sorry, I can confirm for you
Maybe
that
sorry?
I can confirm
you can do
for
that
you
one?
that $3.5 million from the first phase is going to flood recovery, and that the Minister signed up on that last week.
Okay, so the next phase, you can confirm that that's the case? Is that correct?
That $3.5 million from the first phase is going to flood recovery.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to understand whether you're answering my first question.
First question, yes, I'm sorry. I did say I'd get back to you within the afternoon, and I didn't realise it was going to be quite that quickly, but yes.
Right, okay. I just wanted to make sure you weren't telling me another point. So, okay, so you can confirm that the next phase, which is 3.5 million, that's correct.
3.5 from the first phase is going to flood recovery.
Yes, okay.
Senator, Steve Costello, Assistant Secretary, Program Delivery. So that first 3.5 million will be to undertake any urgent works, but also to do assessment of the impacts, of environmental impacts of the East Coast flooding, and that will help to then scope up some further recovery and resilience work, which will potentially be funded from that next $100 million.
Okay.
That's the idea.
So can you tell me what will the rest of the Environmental Restoration Fund be used for?
Yes, Senator, there are four themes. I think we went through those on Thursday. So one is protecting threatened and migratory species and their habitats.
Yep.
Coastal rivers and waterways, tackling pest animals and weeds, and greening our cities through increasing tree canopy and green corridors.
Yep, okay. So can you tell me what is the minimum and maximum amount of funding that organisations can apply for?
For the new phase of the funding, those specific details are not yet finalised. So the detailed design of that program will happen as we get closer to the start of the next financial year.
Okay.
So there's no applications yet. That money becomes available from the start of the next financial year, subject to the budget bills being passed.
Okay, so it'll be different to the previous phase, is that correct?
There are a range of different models that we used in the previous phase. So some payments or some agreements are with state governments, others are open grant rounds. Large and small grants are potentially in scope for that program, but those specific program details are yet to be decided.
Okay, and sorry, when will they be decided?
Well, as we get closer to the new financial year, there will be decisions made by ministers.
Right. Can you tell me how many of the projects that have been funded under the Restoration Fund align with the threatened species strategies?
Senator, we did discuss this last Thursday as well. So the threatened species strategy and the new threatened species strategy action plan are certainly very important guiding documents for Commonwealth and other funding partner options, funding partner possibilities. So it isn't, I don't think we're in a position to be able to say exactly how many contributed to the threatened species strategy under the existing ERF phase 1, and that will be a matter for the government to decide going forward as well. But essentially what I wanted to say is that there are a lot of different Commonwealth government funding programs which are looking to the threatened species strategy and the action plan as a guide for funding.
But certainly the largest amount, the majority of projects under the Environment Restoration Fund do contribute to the Threatened Species Strategy Action Plan, and there were 60 grants actually just announced
Sorry, there were 60?
On Sunday. New grants from the Environment Restoration Fund for threatened species through an open and competitive grant round worth $12 million.
Okay.
And my
but you can't tell me how many have been funded under that that align with the threatened species strategies?
I don't have that precise amount, but it's certainly the majority of the overall grants.
What's the majority, Mr Costello?
Have you got that answer?
Dr Fiona Fraser, the Threatened Species Commissioner. So, Senator, under the first phase of the Environment Restoration Fund, over 46 million of projects contributed to threatened species recovery. Yeah. And then in addition to that, 12 million of projects have just been approved over the weekend, so that would take that up to 58 once they're contracted. We would count them in that overall figure.
Right. So how many projects does that equate out to that align with the threatened species strategies?
63, around 65. I'll come back and correct that if I'm out by one or two.
And how many of the projects funded under the fund have assisted with the implementation of recovery plans?
I would have to take that information on notice, Senator, but many of those species have all of those species have either a recovery plan or a conservation advice in place. So those conservation planning documents are contributing. All of those projects that I just mentioned need to address the conservation planning documents, so they would be informing those recovery actions.
Oh, okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions on the bleaching or possible bleaching of the Ningaloo coast. So we've had reports of bleaching off the WA coast. Can you confirm that that is the case, and would you be able to give me an update on how extensive the bleaching is and how severe is the bleaching?
Yeah, sure, Senator. Simon Banks, First Assistant Secretary, Heritage Reef and Ocean Division. As you've indicated, there are reports of bleaching coming out associated with the Ningaloo coast. This is an area that's managed by the Western Australian Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions. The way it operates over there is there's a coral bleaching group that's set up, and that's supported by the Australian Institute of Marine Science. and they've reported, I'll just, for Ningaloo, they're expecting that the sort of warm water that causes bleaching to move south in the coming month. So they're expecting bleaching to potentially get a little worse over time, but that will be dependent on local weather conditions, so the amount of cloud, wind and other things that ultimately determine whether bleaching occurs or not. And I suppose it's important to understand that bleaching doesn't necessarily mean that the corals die. They do recover if the water cools quickly enough. So at the present time, the Australian Institute of Marine Science is coordinating with the Western Australian Department to go out and do make some further observations at Ningaloo.
Right. Do you have any information about the extent of the bleaching?
No, I don't.
Right.
It's only
and is
that
that part of what this AIMS and the WA department are going to do?
Yeah, as I understand it, this working group, and I don't think it's necessarily new for this event. When there's been previous bleaching events, there has been the working group established, and then they'll track conditions. So they track the information provided by the Bureau of Meteorology, NOAA, and others to understand the sort of potential heat stress in the system. And then, from what I understand, they'll be going out to make some observations about the extent of bleaching.
Do you know when those observations will take place?
I think it's starting this week.
Okay.
And that will give them a better idea of severity of bleaching. So it'll be over the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
They'll get a clearer sense of the bleaching.
Great. Okay.
Senator, sorry, Chris Locke, Deputy Secretary, Environment and Heritage. Probably just for context, there are two marine parks that go over Ningaloo. So there's one that's in state waters and there's one that's in Commonwealth.
Yep.
The Commonwealth Marine Park is managed by Parks Australia, and that deals with generally deeper water, canyons and, some of the iconic features we see like whale sharks and so on.
Yep.
But the inshore areas which are more likely to be subject to the bleaching and reef coral sort of activities, they're managed by the Western Australian Government.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Chair. That's all I've got for 1.1.
It's 1.1. Give me 1.1.
The mix of 1.1 and 1.4, so look, I'll start and...
Okay, why don't you knock it off then?
Yep, terrific, thanks. I actually wanted to start out with the ANAO report into threatened species and ecological communities, their management, which I know that there was some discussion of on Thursday, but I wanted to sort of just recap a few things because it's going to provide a bit of context for where my questions go after that. So I just wanted to go through and note a few things that were in this report, which I thought were pretty damning. In particular, the start on the key facts that only 2% of recovery plans were completed within statutory timelines since 2013. I note that the department has agreed to all of the recommendations. Good, so I'll come back to what that might mean. But in particular, first starting off with the conclusion that the administration of threatened species and ecological communities under the EPBC Act is partly effective. The department is unable to demonstrate it is efficient. There is limited evidence that desired outcomes are being achieved due to the department's lack of monitoring, reporting and support for the implementation of conservation advice, recovery plans and threat abatement plans. So, would you say that the department is using the funding that you've got available efficiently and effectively?
So, Senator, perhaps as we discussed on Thursday as well, so yes, we've taken the Auditor General's report very seriously. It did say we are partially effective, and it raised a number of recommendations that go to monitoring the outcomes of that spend, prioritising actions and being able to improve the economic efficiency of that work. And we take those all seriously, so they are all things that we agree with that we need to do. I guess the context that we're raising on Thursday is the one that's been familiar to this committee, that we have put a large amount of resources into trying to deal with the backlog that's been well chronicled in this committee, and including keep up with the work that's been associated with the bushfire events. And it is true we have not spent a lot of time working on the efficiency of those processes. We've been mobilising a lot of resources into it. So ANO is right. We can't evidence that point, although we do not feel that's the same as saying it's been inefficient. It's just we can't evidence that point, and we definitely need to put in more sustained systems going forward.
And in terms of addressing the issues that are outlined in this report, do you feel that the department will need to have more resources to be able to implement the recommendations that you've agreed to?
So, Senator, we'll work through that. It's worth knowing there has been a surge in resources into this work. So there was $12.7 million that was put into the work of the TSSC and the department. We have, as is noted in that report, 45, I'd say it's slightly more than that, people working on these processes. And we've just been dealing with an incredibly high workload, as has the TSSC, in the wake of the bushfires. So you would hope that that's not a sustained state of affairs, but we will definitely think through what's the best way of resourcing that model going forward.
So is that 12.7, did you say?
Yes, that's right.
Is that 12.7, is that going to enable you to increase, how much is that going to enable you to increase staff above the 45 that you've currently got?
Well, we have used that to support that funding, that staffing increase, including the 45. I don't know if my colleague wants to add anything to that.
I think that, no, I think you've summed it up well. I think that there's been a range of different investments that we've been able to make over the last year or so with that extra funding, so as well as getting through a significantly increased workload after the horrible bushfires. We've also made some headway on a lot of the legacy issues. Some of the recovery plans and listing decisions that we've been able to progress have been on the books for a long time. We haven't got through all of them, but we have made good progress. As I think Dr. Locke said before, we now have a conservation advice and or a recovery plan in place for all of the listed species, which is an improvement. I think the other thing is that we've been able to invest in expert advice on a range of different species. Now, that work is ongoing at the moment and will be coming into the department and the TSSC over the coming months, and that will also help us make sure we can progress at a faster pace than we ever have before.
Mm-hmm. But in terms of resources, so that 12.7 you've effectively already banked, so that's in your current level of activity. In terms of the work that's going to need to be done to implement these recommendations, there isn't any further resources coming in beyond that?
So, Senator, we'll have to get to that at a future point, but some of them are not substantial overhauls. So, for example, the first recommendation was developing a strategy for ensuring the processes for determining what should be considered for listing is focused on greatest impact. So there is a process that's acknowledged by the ANAO, and they talk about the need for some change. So what the sum is, we have to work through that. And then there's some obvious things like updating guidance materials and so on, which we can do relatively easily and cheaply. And then the monitoring systems, as we were talking about last week, the plans and the work on threatened species is obviously distributed across a range of different actors. That's part of the challenge of it. And so working out how we can add to that usefully, particularly in sort of IT system builds and so on, we just need to work through what's the most efficient way of doing that work. Yep.
That's right. And I just would also add the point that we really have had a strong focus on continuous improvement in place over several months already. So we're not starting from zero here. I think it was a good process, and I think that the ANAO also acknowledged that there has been an increasing focus on making sure that we can continue to do this work more effectively and efficiently into the future.
But looking at, some of these are going to require considerably extra resources. recommendation 3, in ensuring that conservation advice, recovery plans and threat abatement plans are reviewed and updated, and ensure all reviews assess whether the objectives and actions of the plan is going to be completed. Given the number of threatened species, that's going to require quite a bit of extra work, isn't it?
Yes, certainly it's a big task.
Yeah. And some of the quotes through the report basically say that it's not being done at the moment. You've got limited effective arrangements to support the implementation of conservation advice, recovery plans and threat abatement plans. Recovery plans, recovery plan reviews, threat abatement plan reviews and final decisions on listing have not been completed within statutory timeframes. Performance recording does not indicate how listing and conservation planning activities have contributed to the outcomes. No performance measures for threatened ecological communities or the abatement of key threatening processes. And then, leading to that, the information, then as a result of this, that measuring and reporting do not indicate the management of threatened species and ecological communities is achieving desired outcomes. The information available on threatened species indicates that their status is deteriorating and that threatened species populations have declined around 60% since the commencement of the EPBC Act in the year 2000. So clearly, if you're going to address that, there's going to be quite a deal more work that's going to need to be done, isn't there?
Well, yes, Senator, but obviously there's some things in there that are sort of related to the recommendations in the audit, and there's things that are not. So the overall state of species conservation comments won't be addressed by implementing the recommendations that have been put in place by the ANAO. What the ANAO has asked for is a framework that I think it's almost kind of agnostic of the topic. How do you measure what it is that you're doing, and how do you demonstrate you're pushing on to continual improvement? And I've seen recommendations like that from the ANAO in a range of different areas, and we think that's wholly appropriate. Like that's a good thing for us to be reminded of and focused on. They weren't saying that we had been not progressing the work at hand, though, and I think that's clear in the report. And as we've been talking about in this committee multiple times, there's been a huge amount of work done to get on top of a backlog and deal with a very large number of outstanding issues, and we're making good progress on that. The ANAO didn't dispute that, but they said this is not a normal way of establishing a program. You need to shape those investments and you need to take them forward. And it's probably not unlike a range of other areas we have across the department where we've taken ANAO reports, say in EPBC Act regulation, and from that we've embarked on our own journeys to put in place new IT and data sharing arrangements. I expect we would do exactly the same thing here. Yep.
But although you claim that you've made good progress, there's still a lot of progress to be made.
That's right.
And a lot of work.
It's a big job, Senator.
Yes, and a lot of work that needs to be done.
Yep.
That to me. So are you going to be putting in a request to government for further funding to enable you to? Once you've got this framework in place, yes, which the ANAO identify that you haven't done it, then you've actually got to do the work to,
Yep.
in accordance with the framework, and that's where the guts of the work that needs to be done is, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Senator, of course, we're always very conscious of resourcing, but that'll be a decision for government at a later point in time. But I would say the government has provided support when it's been needed in the past, including that $12.7 million. So there's no reason why a well-argued proposal wouldn't be well considered.
But have you put? I'm pleased that there's an extra $12.7 million, but given the dire state of our threatened species, and that final paragraph that I read, that at the end of the day, what you've been doing is not enough, and that the threatened species populations have declined around 60%. So in order to address that decline, there needs to be a step change, doesn't there, in the resources, not only the framework that's in place, but then the resources that are put in to implement that framework.
Yeah, so Senator, I'll probably go back to my previous comment. So the specific recommendations from the ANAO to build systems and to improve work practices, those are things that can be scoped out and be measured and will have a cost, and either that cost is something we can absorb or we'll have to talk to government about about the resourcing question. That's something we haven't done yet because at the moment we are still wrestling at a high pace with a large backlog, and we're pushing the TSSC, who are doing a fantastic job, and we're pushing the teams very hard to try and keep up with the workload. But this is a reminder we need to do that step back and think about that strategic investment piece. In terms of all the things that go to addressing the fate of threatened species, of course that's not just this investment in the system, that's all the different programs and interventions that impact on species, including the ERF that we were just discussing. So that's a much bigger question.
Can I take you to recommendation number 6, which is the framework for essentially includes a schedule for periodic evaluation, and the commentary in paragraph 5.16 of the report. There has not been an evaluation of the approach to listing and conservation planning since 2014. As discussed in table 5.1, most recommendations from past evaluation reviews have not yet been implemented. There is no schedule or plan for future evaluations. And when you say yes, you'll continue to improve it, and that you've agreed with that recommendation. But given that most recommendations from past evaluations reviews have not yet been implemented, what confidence can we have that these recommendations will be implemented?
So, Senator, we have committed to work on this point. Exactly the best way of doing that, particularly when you have this split responsibility for recommendations under these statutory plan documents, we would have to work through with the relevant stakeholders, including the state governments. But I don't know if my colleague wants to add anything to that.
No, thanks, Chris. I think that it just comes back to the point that we already made, that I think I've already made, which is that we really have been working really hard to get better systems and to move through the backlog while also dealing with the bushfire, the additional species that were poorly affected by the bushfire. So I guess that what I could say is that maybe the proof is in the fact that we are already on this journey, and as it says in the government's response, we're very committed to it.
Okay, I then do want to, you've already mentioned it twice, the work that you're doing. You've got a threatened species strategy action plan. I want to go to a particular case study, which you'll be familiar with me raising at estimates everyone since I've been a senator since 2014, and that's Leadbeater's possum, or Wallet. The threatened species strategy action plan, as you say here, is tracking recovery actions for all priority species and places. The Leadbeater's possum or Wallet isn't one of those priority species, is it?
I think it is. Sorry, yes, it is one of the priority species. It was under the first threatened species strategy and is now one of the 100 listed under the new threatened species strategy action plan.
Okay, well that's I'm pleased with that. Yep. But let's go to, because I think the failure in threatened species management is, a case study in point is where we're at with the Leadbeater's possum. Where are we at with the recovery plan for the Leadbeater's possum, please?
So, Senator, it's obviously not a very long period of time since we were here last. And so the work continues to finalise the recovery plan. And as I've said before, the comprehensive conservation advice remains in place and is being implemented under the RFA. And as we've discussed before, both types of statutory documents have equal standing under the Victorian RFA.
So you've got no further news. I know, yes, I acknowledge that it's not a very long time since our last estimates, but we have now been waiting for this recovery plan. The Leadbeater's possum's previous recovery plan expired in 2002. That's 20 years since the Leadbeater's possum or Wallet has had a recovery plan. The public comment period on the draft recovery plan finished in 2016, 6 years ago. Surely in these last estimates, before we go to an election, surely you should be able to give me some good news on a timeline for when we can expect to see a finalised recovery plan for Leadbeater's possum.
Senator, all I can reiterate is that it continues to be a priority, obviously, and I note the timeframes that you've just spoken about, but obviously there is also the comprehensive conservation advice that's been in place guiding recovery action since 2019.
I'll come back to leadbeaters, but I just wanted to also cover off on what's happening with the Greater Glider Recovery Plan. Is there any further information on Greater Gliders before we move back to leadbeaters?
Thank you, Senator. So as we spoke at last estimates, the revised listing assessment for the Greater Glider, which includes taking into account the taxonomic split of the species, was provided to the Minister in October. So the assessments have been completed for that. And so once that listing decision has been made, we can progress the recovery plan.
Okay, so back to leadbeaters, and thank you for providing to me the conservation advice, which outlines the threats that leadbeaters are under, outlines that there's likely to be the plausible range of projected decline in potential leadbeaters possum habitat over 2018-2038 is about 83.4% of decline. So it's things aren't getting better, which is due to logging, 4.9% of the ash forest, fire, 50% ambient collapse of hollow-bearing trees. So there are various actions that are recommended. The first of which is that and this was from 2019, that a recovery plan be prepared and the current draft be finalised as soon as possible. So, I mean, given that was 2019, we're now 3 years later, you tell me that things are all fine because you've got a conservation advice, except the number one recommendation of the conservation advice was to have a recovery plan, and we haven't got one yet. How can we have any confidence at all, and particularly in the context of the ANAO report of what is pretty dismal efforts in protecting threatened species? How can I have any confidence that these conservation actions are effectively managing leadbeater's possums?
Well, Senator, to be honest, I'm not really sure what to say to that. I don't think that the ANAO report does say that we're having a dismal effort in protecting threatened species. I think that as some of the statistics that Dr. Locke and others have gone through show that we have a great deal of work going on here, and I've just also said that obviously the finalisation of the recovery plan for leadbeater's possum remains a priority. That may be the first item listed there, but there are others as well, and as I've said, that's a document that has standing under the Victorian RFA. So I'm not sure what else I can say other than it remains a priority and we hope to have it in place soon. In the meantime, we're very pleased to say that there is that comprehensive conservation advice in place to guide recovery actions.
But just going to that you don't feel that the ANAO says that it's dismal, which yes, dismal was my word. Their words say that measurement and reporting do not indicate the management of threatened species and ecological communities is achieving desired outcomes. Available information indicates that the status of threatened species is declining. Progress has been made on the targets of the Common Assessment Method and the Threatened Species Strategy, but most targets were not met. That's pretty dismal.
Well, I mean, I can ask the Threatened Species Commissioner to come up and go through the results of the Year 5 report for the Threatened Species Strategy, if that's something that you would like. But, I mean, there were actually some really good results out of the first Threatened Species Strategy, and part of the point of the Threatened Species Strategy is to include some real stretch goals to try and be mobilising, not just, we're not the only ones who are in partnership here. I accept that, bushfires alone has had a huge impact on species around Australia, and obviously we have our work cut out as Australians to try and protect these species. We are working very hard.
Which is what I want to go to, because yes, working very hard, and there are some species that basically there aren't big political barriers in knocking them back. Basically, it's resources, doing good science and implementing them. So for species, for example, that are being threatened by feral animals, okay, let's deal with the feral animals, and we can, make a big impact on the protection of those species. Why leadbeater's possum and the other forest-dependent animals are of particular interest to me is that there are things that we could be doing that we are choosing not to do, and it's a political choice. And the conservation advice says that about 4.9% of the habitat of Leadbeater's possum is expected to be removed due to logging. So we are not doing everything that we can be doing to be protecting Leadbeater's possum while we are continuing logging within their known habitat. And that's, I mean, the politics of it are that's why we haven't got a recovery plan. If it was everyone was in agreement and everyone was saying, yep, Leadbeater's possum's really important, it's critically endangered, we're going to maximise its success, which is what the Conservation Action Plan says that we're going to do, you know, maximising the chances of long-term survival of Leadbeater's possum, well then there would be a recommendation in that recovery plan to basically say, do not log. But we're not doing that. And so that's, you know, hence why the frustration of not having a recovery plan, because it puts the science on the table and makes it very clear that here's an enforcement action that you're going to need to do if you're going to be maximising the success of Leadbeater's possums. So, and then, you know, I know I'm having a bit of a rant and a rave, but it's the frustration of having, in theory, a framework that says it's protecting threatened species when absolutely patently it's not. Can I take you then through, you know, some of the conservation and management priorities that are in the conservation plan, and ask what you as the Commonwealth are doing to, you know, review and where required, revise existing relevant planning and policy settings to ensure that they provide for maximising the chances of the long-term survival of Leadbeater's possum.
I think that it's something that we're going to need to take on notice, but I'm happy, would it help if we took on notice, you know, to cover off on those actions and the progress that has been made since 2019?
Oh, look, yes, I mean, you might acknowledge, you know, some things. You know, the success in getting useful information out of questions on notice is pretty minimal, I must note. But yes, that would be a good thing to do. But can I then take you to, in terms of the Commonwealth's role in ensuring the long-term survival of Leadbeater's possum, I then want to go to the implementation of the threatened species and communities assessment under the RFAs and the priority plan under the RFAs, where Leadbeater's possums were not included as a species that were going to be covered off under that plan. And I asked questions at last estimates about how can that be the case? How can you, if you've got a critically endangered species that's under threat from logging and from fire, how can it be that it's not there in the action plan for actions to be taken to it? And I ask you for further information, you know, the details of the risk assessment process for Leadbeater's possum. And you know, Ms Campbell said that, you know, you would ask the department for that, and the Victorian Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning has declined to provide the further information you have requested regarding the risk assessment process.
Senator, I think my colleague Emma Campbell is here and so might be able to talk in more detail about that, but I also might pass to the Threatened Species Commissioner. There is a relevant update today from the announcement of $12 million for priority species that she would be able to...
priority species under the RFA?
No.
Under the action plan.
Senator,
sorry.
under the announcement over the weekend for $12 million for threatened species, 60 new projects. Of interest to you, one of those may be that one of those projects was for the Leadbeater's possum, their lowland population.
That's a very, you know, and yes, everyone's happy to protect the lowland population because it's not under threat from logging operations.
I just thought I would mention it,
yes.
just given
Thank you. But in terms of the Leadbeater's possum that
yeah.
are under threat from logging operations, and you know, which all of the science shows that is the case, that's where the rubber hits the road.
I just might take the opportunity to make a correction to an earlier statement to Senator Urquhart, where I said there were 65 ERF projects contributing to threatened species. My mental arithmetic is appalling. It's actually 113 projects, which is 83% of the full project number under the Environment Restoration Fund. Apologies for that.
So I did want to ask about the response to my question. I noticed how the Victorian Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning has declined to provide the further information you've requested. Has that information been provided to the Commonwealth, or has it just been declined to be provided to me?
Emma Campbell, First Assistant Secretary, AgVet Chemicals, Fish, Forest and Engagement Division. Thanks for your question, Senator. Yes, we have asked Victoria for the risk assessment. It has not been provided for the Commonwealth. We continue to pursue that, and I understand your question, and we're still trying to get that for you.
So again, how can you be confident then that the conservation actions in the Conservation Management Plan are being implemented if Victoria won't even provide you with that basic information?
So again, we're chasing up that risk assessment with Victoria. Victoria has outlined the process which was in that risk assessment document that you've looked at, with reviews with 3 independent scientists. We take your question about getting the risk assessment, and we're still exploring that with Victoria.
And can I just clarify or just reiterate that because under the EPBC Act, responsibility for protecting listed species, it's a shared responsibility by the state and the Commonwealth, but the Commonwealth has responsibility, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And so if you feel that a state is not implementing its side of the responsibilities, what actions can the Commonwealth take?
So under the RFA, there's a number of actions that we can take. We're still working cooperatively, and we certainly see the RFAs as a cooperative framework. We continue to work with Victoria to get that risk assessment. We've also been provided by Victoria the details about the process and that high-level risk assessment.
Yes, but I've got that too. It's on their website.
Yes. The RFAs have a range of opportunities for us. One is to look at assurance, for example, through the annual meeting. We had the annual meeting last week with Victoria. We're still working through the outcomes of that meeting and hope to have those published shortly. We did have a conversation about actions such as deforestation, precaution, some of the issues you've raised before. There are under the RFA audit provisions and ultimately termination provisions and dispute resolution provisions.
So what would it take for the Commonwealth to enact those termination, dispute resolution provisions?
Again, that's a hypothetical question, Senator.
And meanwhile, Leadbeater's possums are continuing their decline. Yep. And meanwhile, 20 years on without a recovery plan. Thank you, Chair.
No worries. Thanks, Senator Rice.
Can I just here, I've got some further questions on the threatened species that I thought fitted into program 1.1. Sorry, 1.4.
All right. Well,
is that okay to do them at 1.4?
Yep. We'll hear some of them.
Okay, great. I'll leave them till then.
Right. This is 1.1 done. So now on to 1.2, environmental information and research.
Sorry, and I had one further follow-up question, which I was about to
ask.
I'm talking through the chair in 1.1, continuing. I did want to ask about the proposed revisions of the Victorian Code of Forest Practice.
Is that 1.1? Okay, 1.1, go ahead. Trying to work through this in an orderly way.
And the assessment of how those proposed revisions to the Victorian Code of Forest Practice will impact upon conservation measures for Leadbeater's possum, greater gliders, other forest-dependent threatened species.
So, Senator, just because I wasn't quite at the table and paying enough attention, questions about the proposed code of conduct changes and how those impact on threatened species.
Code of Forest Practice, that's right.
So Victoria has updated its code. One of the things that they've done, which we talked about, I think at the last estimates, they were going to update their code, was to clarify the intention of the word precaution, which is really to back in the court's interpretation of precaution, and we really welcome that as giving certainty to industry while delivering clarity on what precaution means.
How about certainty to species that are going extinct?
The code has also, what Victoria's envisaging is developing best practice guidelines, recognising that industry is calling for some guidance on how they can interpret precaution while meeting those definitions that are in line with UN definitions of precaution. The amendment to the code has also increased the conservation regulators' powers with greater powers, for example, for compliance checks earlier as well. So we think those are positive for protection of species.
Do you think any of these changes, the changes to the code in terms of the redefinition of precaution, will increase the likelihood of protections that will result in the protection of threatened species or decrease them?
My interpretation of the definition, the revised definition, is that it doesn't, I think you suggested last time there were some rumours that it might water down precaution. We don't interpret it in that way. We interpret it as clarifying the court's ruling. And so we think that's positive. I don't know if you've got that text in front of you, but we can certainly table the text of the revised precaution.
In front of me. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. 1.2, which is environmental information and research. Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So we asked some of these questions on Thursday last week, but I just want to go through them again. So it's in relation to the State of the Environment report, which I understand the Minister was provided in December last year. Last Thursday we asked whether the Minister intended to release the report before the election was called, and the Minister took it on notice. So I just want to ask again, does the Minister intend to release the State of the Environment report before an election is called?
My answer is the same as it was last week, Senator.
What did you tell us last week?
Would you like to read back the Hansard? You probably have it in front of you. Do you
No,
not
I'd like you to
Hansard in
tell me
front of
what you told me last week.
Well, I
you
think
took
I
it
said
on
that
notice.
that would be a decision for the Minister.
So do you know when will the Minister repeat?
Well, that's my answer is the same as it was last week.
So will the government assure the Australian people that it will be released before the election is called?
No, my answer to that is the same as it was last week, Senator.
And that is no?
It was the same as last week, that it's a decision for the Minister.
On Thursday we asked whether stakeholders were provided an indication from anyone in the department or government that the report would be released prior to the election was called, and departmental officials endeavoured to check. So can you tell me whether stakeholders were spoken to about the release of the report?
Senator Maya Stewart-Fox, First Assistant Secretary, Climate Adaptation and Resilience Division. We have worked very closely with the independent authors on this, and we also have a user group. And we have throughout canvassed with them, gone through the possibilities with them. The authors are obviously interested in the timing of the release of the report. As I mentioned on Thursday, there's an overview report which was provided to the Minister, but there's also a digital platform that we have been developing and continue to refine, which enables the 12 chapters that underpin the overview report to be searchable, for example, and cross-referenceable. And that is something that we've continued to develop over the last 3 months. So, of course, so we've been discussing with our user, the lead of our user reference group and our authors, various possibilities. If it gets released earlier, the digital platform is still being developed, talking to them about those sorts of things. And of course the timing, our early sort of sense of when the digital platform would be finished was around the end of March.
And is there anything stopping the Minister from releasing the report today?
So I think I don't have anything further to add. It's a decision for the Minister.
Okay, but it's completed, it's sitting there, it's ready to go, basically.
The overview report has been provided, and the digital platform is also, very close to completion.
So one can only assume that it's not a good report, therefore that's why we haven't seen it. So that's all I've got on that.
Well, that's not entirely true, Senator. I think that what we can safely say is that it will be tabled in Parliament in accordance with the statutory requirements set out in the EPBC Act.
That's 1.2. Anything in 1.4?
Yeah. We have summary 1.4. So I want to ask about a workforce and budget reduction strategy that's mentioned on page 62 of the ANAO report. That report, it's reported that in 2018 the department's executive board agreed to work on agreed to a workforce and budget reduction strategy that stated the department would be preparing recovery plans for the highest priority, less than 5 threatened species only, to facilitate a reduction in staffing levels. The strategy noticed that this risked an increase in the number of statutorily overdue recovery plans which was realised. And that's on page 62 of that report. So could you table the workforce and budget reduction strategy that is referenced on page 62 of the ANAO report?
Thank you, Senator. I will need to take that on notice. I would just highlight the fact that that was, I think, well and truly prior to the time of any of the current officials here, but certainly was in the documents that the ANAO had reference to during their process, so we can take that on notice.
So can I just be very clear on what you're taking on notice? You're taking on notice whether or not you can table the report, or whether,
yes,
or you're taking on notice to get the report?
Both, essentially. So we will need to check. I have a recollection that it is a Cabinet in confidence document, so there may be a possibility that the Minister may want to make a public interest immunity claim, but I don't think there would be any reason other than that why it couldn't be provided.
Right.
I would note also, if I may, that, I think that comment, I don't have the page open, my colleague probably does, but it does mention that comment in the context of the fact that there has been a significant rebound in the resources provided to this important area since that time.
Who signed off on that strategy?
Look, I'm very sorry, Senator. I don't have the document here, and as I said, it's before our time, so I would need to take that on notice.
Senator, I don't think anyone here was around at that time. I was appointed at the beginning of 2020, and others moved into jobs after that time, so we'll have to go back and check. So.
Okay. Can you provide the minutes from the meeting?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
And can you tell me how the strategy came about? Was it after cuts to the department?
Again, we'd have to try and see if there's some documentation that provides that sort of context that you're after. So again, we'll take that on notice.
So can you confirm that it was the current Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, who was the Environment Minister at that time?
Well, that'll be a matter of record as to who was in what role, Senator, so I'm sure that can be found through other means.
Can you tell me where did the strategy originate from?
We'll need to take that on notice.
According to the strategy, only high priority species would receive a recovery plan. Can you tell me how many species were considered high priority?
Again, we'll need to check the document and see if we can assist you. We'll take that on notice, Senator.
And according to the ANAO, there were less than 5. Are you able to provide the exact number?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have that information with me, but I would note that there has been quite a lot of water under the bridge since that time, and as we've just discussed earlier today and on Thursday, there has been a significant increase in the workload, including through a major injection of funds after the horrible Black Summer bushfires, and so it is a historical relic, but we'll have to go back to find the details that surround that document.
Okay, and can you tell me how those high priority species were determined?
Again, we'll need to take that on notice.
Senator,
this will be a document that actually belonged to the previous department, and obviously the ANAO had access to the record, so we'll find it, but we'll need to answer all of these questions.
So when, Mr Metcalfe, when you say it belonged to the previous department, does that mean that that information doesn't come across in...
I'm just saying that there's been a significant machinery of government change since that time, Senator. It's 4 years ago now, and as my colleague has said, there have been many developments since that time.
Can you tell me, was the koala considered a high priority?
Senator, as I've said, I'm sorry, I don't have access to the document. We will need to find that for you. But as we've said, the koala has just recently received a very large amount of funding from the Commonwealth Government and other state governments as well, and was just recently had its listing status upgraded, and it is very close to having a recovery plan in place, as well as the comprehensive conservation advice.
Okay, if you could take the question on notice. And of the high priority species, can you tell me how many actually had a completed recovery plan?
We can take that on notice.
So last week we were told that there are currently 207 recovery plans overdue. That's an increase since last estimates, is it?
Yes, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Senator. It's an increase since... it was an increase as of the 1st of October last year, when we had some additional instruments that were the basis of recovery plan sunset.
Yep. Okay. Can you tell me how many species have been recommended to have a recovery plan since the last estimates?
I would have to take that question on notice. I'm assuming you're meaning newly listed species where the Threatened Species Scientific Committee has recommended a recovery plan is required. So I would need to take that on notice.
And can you provide a list, and I'm just asking whether or not you can do this today, of all species that have an overdue recovery plan?
We've provided a list previously, and so we can provide an updated list.
That would be good if you could do that. Are you able to do that today?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's a proposal to reverse recovery plans for certain species, as I understand. Can you tell me what decision has been made around this proposal?
Senator, as we discussed last Thursday, the Minister has made a decision following the receipt of advice from the Threatened Species Scientific Committee. The Minister has agreed with the committee's advice following the public consultation process in all cases. That decision will be reflected, will be published and reflected through the usual processes in coming days.
So can you tell me how many species will have their recovery plan requirement reversed?
I don't have that with me at the moment. I think probably the best place for us to be able to provide that to you is to point to the publicly available information that will be there very shortly.
Are you able to provide that, given you don't have it on you at the moment?
We can take it on notice, certainly.
Are you able to come back today with that information?
Possibly.
Thank you. Can you tell me how many submissions have been received so far on the proposal?
Yes, we can tell you how many submissions were received. Do you have that number?
Yes,
Helena?
I do. It's, when we went for public consultation last year on the proposals, we received over 6,600 submissions, the majority of which were campaigns.
Yep. Okay, can you tell me how many supported the proposal and how many didn't?
None of the submissions explicitly supported the proposal. I think we answered a question on notice in February that broke down the number supporting.
The EPBC Act requires recovery plans to be reviewed within 5 years. Of the 77 recovery plans due for their first 5-year review between 2016 and 2021, as I understand, none were reviewed within the statutory timeframe. Can you tell me how many recovery plans require review, and of those, how many have been reviewed?
The department's up to date on the 5-year reviews for all recovery plans except for 4 that are currently in progress.
And can you tell me what are those for?
I'm sorry, I don't have that on me, so I'd have to take that on notice.
Are you able to get that for today? Thank you. How many recovery plans? No, that's fine. Can you confirm that government's cut statutory reviews of recovery plans have been ignored?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Can you confirm that due to the government cuts, statutory reviews of recovery plans have been ignored? So I'm talking about the cuts to the department.
Yeah, Senator, I'm sorry, those are two completely different situations, is my understanding. So there are no cuts that are affecting the statutory review of recovery plans in the division at the moment.
So the minutes from a TSS meeting, this is an A&A excerpt, the minutes from a TSSC meeting in March 2018 stated that resourcing constraints have led to prioritisation of assessment and listing of new species over recovery plan reviews. So you're saying that's not?
I'm saying that 2018 was, as the Secretary has pointed out, is a very different time period to where we are now, and that isn't an accurate reflection of the situation at the moment.
Can you tell me how many threat abatement plans are overdue for review?
Threat abatement plans are with one of our colleagues, the Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer, who I think is downstairs in the waiting room, so it might just take her a little bit of time to come up.
Okay. If you can come back, that would be great, because that's actually my last question on this section.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
1.4, now on to 1.5.
Yep. Okay, do we need to wait for anyone to come up for 1.5?
Environmental regulation. Do you have questions here, Senator? Or?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I'm right to go?
Maybe ask the question and we'll see who comes forward.
Okay, great.
So, thanks, Senator.
No worries. So the Minister has made a number of announcements to bus congestion within the department after a damning report revealed that 95% of key decisions were being made outside of statutory time frames. I understand the government spent more than $100 million to clear the backlog. Can you tell me, has any of this funding been used to hire permanent staff?
I'll just ask the relevant
Thank you.
officers to come forward, Senator. Senator, I see that the Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer has now arrived, so we can go back to her and then possibly come to this question, if that's okay. So, Robert, I might just get you to come forward. And if you could just repeat the question, Senator, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
So my question was, how many threat abatement plans are overdue for review?
Thanks, Senator. Dr. Robin Cleland, Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer. So, Senator, there are 9 threat abatement plans.
Yep. Are you able to outline what they are, please?
So there's a range of different responses to key threatening processes. So some key threatening processes do have threat abatement plans. Some we choose other ways for addressing those key threatening processes. So of the 9 statutory decisions, 3 reviews for threat abatement plans are overdue. So that's predation by feral cats, infection of amphibians with chytrid fungus, and competition and land degradation by rabbits. There are 6 reviews of decisions not to have a threat abatement plan, and those are overabundant noisy miners, cytosine beak and feather disease, novel biota, greenhouse gases, escaped garden plants, and land clearance.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go back to the other, the program 1.5. So my question was, has any of the funding been used to hire permanent staff?
Melissa Brown, First Assistant Secretary. Thanks, Senator, for the question. So the funding has enabled an additional 82 APS staff to be employed and 100...
sorry, did you say 82? Yep.
Yes.
So has all of this funding been used on labour hire, or has it been direct employment, or what's the...
So the funding was split. So from January 2020 to January 2022, we have employed 82 APS staff and 180 contractors into the Environment Approvals Division to undertake timely assessments. The congestion busting funding ceased in 2021 and 2022, and then we were provided with funding for maintaining timely Commonwealth approvals.
Right. So can you break down the 82 APS and the 180 contractors? Can you tell me how much has been spent or will be spent on particularly the contractors?
Yes, so as at 28 February 2022, the division has spent a total of $7.7 million on labour hire contractors in the 21-22 financial year.
Yep. Right. So can you tell me what's going to happen when the fund runs out, when the funding runs out? So is it the government's plan to just keep announcing one-off payments so that the decision on approvals don't blow out again?
So, Senator, as you're aware, the government's looking at transitioning to single-touch approvals.
What's the time frame for that?
So the government's been working through that process over the last few years, and it's another division that would need to actually respond to that question.
Okay. So with reference to the $27.9 million in the recent budget to maintain the timely environmental assessments, can you tell me why that's only budgeted for 1 year?
So, Senator, that was the department put a proposal through for funding for just 1 year.
Right.
Senator, I might be able to help there as well. So, James Tregetha, Acting Deputy Secretary, Major Environmental Reforms. As Ms Brown said, the government's policy position is to shift environmental regulation into the single touch approvals, as you'd be aware. In terms of the timing for that, that's contingent, among other things, in terms of two bills which are currently before the Senate. Again, as you'd be well aware, the government remains committed to pursuing those reforms, and of course those reforms would have a significant implication for the numbers of environmental approvals and the manner in which the Commonwealth approached environmental approvals, and so the government has chosen to provide supplementation as is set out in the budget papers.
Hence why it's only 1 year.
Yes, at this point in time.
And what's the plan for the year after?
Well, again, Senator, as I said, the government's position is to reform environmental approvals, and so any future speculation on how that will roll out would be hypothetical because it's contingent on those reforms.
Okay. Just in relation to cultural heritage, so just want to refer to the budget measure of $11 million to modernise Indigenous cultural heritage protections. Can you tell me how much of this funding is going to the department?
Dr Melissa McEwen, First Assistant Secretary. Out of the $11 million, I don't have a specific breakdown of how we're intending to use the fund. $6 million of that is for the funding of timely approvals under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act. So that will be used internally by the department primarily. The $5 million for Indigenous Heritage Protection modernisation, some of that funding at the moment we are yet to have a full discussion with the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance about exactly what quantum we will provide them to support them through that process as we're working in partnership together. However, some of those funds will be used to support departmental staff on that work, and some will be used to support the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance.
Right. So the department's been under-resourced for a while to be able to make timely decisions under that Act, the ATSHIP Act. Can you tell me how long that's the department's been under-resourced to make those timely decisions?
Senator, I might start and Dr McEwen can fill in. In terms of the department's resourcing for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Protection Act, the monies involved in undertaking that work are appropriated to the department as departmental resources in the manner in which Dr McEwen said. I mean, and I guess the amount, the activities that are undertaken is part of the overall resourcing that's provided for environmental regulation in relation to the department. The department continues to do its best to ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act decisions are made as expeditiously as possible, but in many cases those particular regulatory decisions involve a significant amount of community consultation, as you'd understand. So a lot of the I wouldn't characterise it as delays, I'd characterise it as making sure a thorough process is gone through in order to reach a conclusion. Sometimes that has taken us longer than we would have liked, but we continue to do the best we can. And as Dr McEwen just noted, the government has provided us with an additional $6 million in this budget in order to ensure that we can continue to undertake ATSIPA applications as expeditiously as possible.
Can you tell me what timeframes are required under the Act?
None.
No, okay. And can you tell me what sort of decisions will the funding contribute to, the $6 million?
So there's two, and again, Dr McEwen may want to give you more detail, but from my perspective, there's two main decisions under the Act that the Minister can make. One is an emergency declaration under Section 9, and the other is a declaration under Section 10. They are different. The Section 9 declaration can only stand for, well, it stands for 30 days and can be extended for a further 30 days, whereas a Section 10 declaration requires a report to be prepared by a reporter who is appointed by the Minister. Following the receipt of that report and the consultation involved in it, the Minister can then make a Section 10 declaration in relation to a particular piece of Indigenous heritage, which is permanent in nature.
Right. And can you tell me how these funds will, how the government can modernise cultural heritage with these funds?
So with the $5 million, the Minister signed an agreement with the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance last year in order to work together in a co-design way to look at what the most appropriate approach to Indigenous cultural heritage protection is, building on the recommendations from Way Forward, the Dukin Gorge response, and other reviews that have been undertaken. At the moment, we've released a discussion paper last month and commenced consultations primarily with First Nations people and organisations, but also with state governments and with industry bodies, peak bodies, and we'll be undertaking that process until around the middle of the year, when we'll reflect on what we've heard and then put together some policy options and then consult further on them. So the approach is to try and work as closely together with First Nations people so that their voices are clearly heard in the process of modernising heritage protection legislation.
Thank you. Can you tell me how many locations for regional plans have been decided?
None at present.
Okay. Will any locations be announced in the lead up to the election?
Oh, Senator, that's a matter for government and the Minister.
Can you tell me when will all of the locations for the regional plans be selected? Is there a time frame?
Senator, no. You'll note that in the budget measure that was announced, the wording is up to 10 regional plans. So certainly we expect to move on a number of those regional plans as quickly as possible, but we have certainly not set any specific time frame for all 10 regions, those up to 10 to be announced.
Yeah. Can you tell me what locations are being canvassed? Is there a short list?
I wouldn't characterise it as a short list, Senator. There's been, and again, Dr McEwen may want to add more, but what the department has done is looked at a range of potential locations where there is both, and I mentioned this in, I think last week, where there's both the prospectivity of a range of development, but also nationally, so matters of national environmental significance that would be impacted by such developments. The idea of, I guess, initially of a pilot and now of moving towards 10 regional plans is to undertake them in a manner that determines how they might best help to improve environmental protection while increasing the efficiency of environmental regulation. And so we are sort of continuing that process of determining what those regions might be. I mentioned last week that they may be regions where there is prospectivity in terms of residential development, like South East Queensland, for example, or that they could also be areas where there's agricultural development. Cape York Peninsula might be an example of that, or they might be areas where there's mining prospectivity, like the Beetaloo Basin, for example. But certainly there's been no firm decisions on finalising any of those areas yet, in part because they also require consultations with state and territory governments, which we continue to undertake.
Okay, so are you able to provide me with a list of the locations that are being canvassed?
I'd have to take, I don't have that list with me today, Senator, at all, but we'd have to take that on notice.
All right, if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. And just in relation to the 9.5 million for environmental compliance, has this funding been reallocated from the proposed Environment Assurance Commissioner? That didn't pass the Parliament, so is that funding being reallocated?
No, this is new funding.
Okay, so that will be 2.375 each year over the forward estimates?
That's correct, I think.
Okay. So the budget measure says that after the 9.5 million over the forward estimates, compliance would be funded at 2.5 million ongoing. Is that yearly?
Yes, that is the ongoing amount.
Thank you. And how many additional staff would be employed with that funding?
I might have to defer to my colleague.
Richard Chadwick, Assistant Secretary, Environment Compliance Branch. So it's 7 ASL in the first year and then 10.
Sorry, 7?
7 ASL in the first year and 10 in the following years.
And 2 or
10?
10, sorry.
10.
I think it's either Tidum or, the microphone's in here, aren't they? In the second year.
And ongoing.
And ongoing, yep, great. Thank you very much. Chair, that's all I have for that program.
Okay, 1.6.
Yep.
Have a tea break, yeah. Yep, okay, outcome 1.6.
Yep, all good to go?
Go ahead.
Okay, so in relation to the Recycling Modernisation Fund, specifically the new funding stream announced by the Prime Minister a couple of weeks ago, is it the premise of this stream to have co-investment from state and territory governments?
Thank you, Senator. Kate Lynch, First Assistant Secretary, Environment Protection Division. So in relation to the Recycling Modernisation Plastics Technology Stream, which is, I believe, what you're referring to, that was an announcement made on the 21st of March that an additional $60 million would be provided towards a new plastics technology stream of that program. Details in relation to the implementation and the co-funding arrangements will be finalised by the government in due course in implementation of that initiative. However, we would expect certainly to be delivering those projects in consultation and collaboration with state and territory governments.
Right, so have state and territories been consulted in relation prior to that announcement?
So, Senator, I may need to take that question on notice. Certainly there is
a very significant body of work and very regular consultation between the federal government and states and territories on a whole range of waste and recycling initiatives. And there has been a range of consultation around the need for additional plastics, specifically for advanced plastics recycling technologies, over a number of months.
Okay. So obviously there hasn't been an agreement with states and territories, but in the discussions to date, have any of the states or territories agreed to co-invest in the scheme?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, not since the announcement of that particular stream.
Right, so if the states don't agree to co-invest, does that mean that the Commonwealth would be responsible for assessing the project applications, or would that be put forward to a third party?
So, Senator, the guidelines that surround this new plastics technology stream will be finalised by the government in the near future, and the details around the ratio of co-investment funding, for example, and details around the assessment and decision-making approach will be part of that guideline process.
Right.
Typically, we consult with states and territories in relation to that process.
Is there a time frame in relation to the consultation with states and territories?
Not a deadline per se, Senator, at this stage, simply that it would be imminent now that we've seen the announcement in the budget context.
Okay. And I'm aware that there was a commitment by government that the review of the 2025 national packaging targets would be undertaken this year. Has that work started?
That's correct, Senator, that is the intention for the packaging targets to be reviewed in this calendar year.
Yep.
I'll just defer to my colleague, Mr Ryan, who might be able to provide further information.
Thank you. Matthew Ryan, Assistant Secretary, Waste Policy and Planning Branch. In terms of the review of the packaging targets, we've opened up a conversation with APCO about the terms of reference for that review. So,
sorry, I just didn't quite catch this last part.
We've opened up conversations with APCO about the terms of reference for that review and what might or might not be in it.
Right. Okay. And then what's the process from there?
From agreeing the terms of reference, it would be about working through that review, and I would anticipate that would be the second half of this calendar year.
Right. Great. Thank you. That's all I've got on that because the others were put on notice. Thank you. Sorry, you gave me the answers to the others that I had, so that's good. That's all I've got on that. Chair?
Right. Well, we'll have the...
Chair.
Oh, someone.
Senator Whish-Wilson here. Could I ask some follow-up question?
Yep.
To Senator Urquhart?
Sure.
Thank you. Firstly, in terms of APCO seeking to become an accredited product stewardship scheme under the new Act, can you update me on where we're at with APCO becoming an accredited product stewardship scheme?
Yes, they have been accredited, Senator. That's correct.
They have been already, have they?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. If the exact date slips mind, I could look it up, but it was.
I'll just contribute, Senator Whish-Wilson. The accreditation of APCO's product stewardship scheme was announced in February this year.
Okay. So could you just quickly update us on what that means now that they're an accredited product stewardship scheme in terms of reporting to government and their obligations under the Act?
Yeah, I can, Senator. So being accredited as a voluntary product stewardship arrangement under the legislation opens up a couple of different avenues for APCO to undertake the work that they do with packaging and with the packaging industry. Most probably significant in that is the ability to address free riders, so where there may be free riders in the system, and the ability to address free riders through the mechanisms provided with the product stewardship legislation. Likewise, we also, for Commonwealth procurement, would, in terms of our Commonwealth procurement guidelines, sustainable guidelines, we certainly do direct people towards accredited voluntary product stewardship schemes, so there's an advantage there. Plus, they're also required to produce an annual report as part of accreditation on the progress of their arrangement, but also a series of things under the Act that allow whether it's the Minister or the Department to ask further questions or make more inquiries into how the arrangement is progressing.
Thank you. And what's the crossover with what you just mentioned to Senator Urquhart then about you opening up a conversation with a review of the 2025 packaging targets? Are the packaging targets in any way related to them being accredited under the Act?
No. So specifically, accreditation under the Act doesn't bind the packaging industry to the national packaging targets if they weren't under APCO. So in terms of reviewing the packaging targets towards the end of this calendar year, that will look to see that they're, for those who fall under the national packaging targets, being APCO members, that would look to review to see that they're still current, that they're still, whether they're on track or not, where are some of the improvements we might need to make in terms of how information's collected, data's collected, but also to look to see if we need to provide further breakdown of the targets, particularly for the ones around plastic, where we know that there's more work to be done in that space.
Thank you. So could that review be used to inform whether APCO, as a voluntary product stewardship scheme under the Act, might be put on the Minister's priority list if, for example, they weren't meeting or they weren't likely to meet some of their key targets, or there were significant free rider problems?
Certainly, I wouldn't necessarily say that each of those elements we've been talking about, Senator, work together in terms of one leads to the other, but certainly even without voluntary product stewardship accreditation for APCO, there could be products or materials that are placed on the Minister's priority list. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a product stewardship scheme to be put on the Minister's priority list. There is already, Senator, off the top of my head without looking at them, 3 plastics, single-use plastics that are listed on the Minister's priority list for phasing out. So similar things like that could be placed on the Minister's priority list into the future. Okay, thanks.
So the opening up a conversation for a review, looking at terms of reference, which is what you said to Senator Urquhart. Why are you going to APCO to help you set the terms of reference? Do you mind if I ask?
Yeah, well, certainly. The reason being that we're looking to look at, because part of the problem, Senator, is some of the data is not that timely. It's usually up to 18 months before we see data on the national packaging targets. And if you went back 18 months ago, there's been quite a significant investment in the space in terms of recycling infrastructure, but also support. So setting a terms of reference and asking them potentially to collect data or come forward with ways of potentially looking at the packaging targets without having consulted them what's possible or not was part of the reasoning while we're talking to them about what that might look like.
Thank you. And has the department come to a considered position on when you think, like a date or a rough date, on when you think you'll be able to determine whether those national packaging targets will be met? I think we discussed late 2022 previously. You're saying the review might take you through the second half of this year. You have a time at which you're going to say, well, 2025 is not far away. Are we going to meet these targets or not?
Yes, so Senator, certainly as we discussed in February during the hearing, the intent, or part of the intent behind the 2022 review later this year is in fact to look at the targets and how we're tracking towards them. So Mr Ryan's outlined some of the challenges associated with the timeliness of data on that front, and so although we might know by the end of this calendar year or towards that time frame, we may know, we may have an opinion or a view about the targets themselves. I think that at that stage we would be sort of loath to sort of change them without good evidence. We'd certainly like the packaging targets to remain ambitious and without being able to see the impact of the recent investment, very significant investment in additional recycling infrastructure around Australia, as well as a whole range of other government and industry initiatives. It would be I think that it may be a bit premature to form a view at that time, but we'll wait and see what the review process itself unearths towards the end of this year.
Thank you. But just to be clear, you said there we would be loath to change those targets, as in presumably the department or the government, but you didn't set those targets, correct? They were set by the industry themselves. These are voluntary targets set by the industry.
Senator, there was a, and I may need to correct this, but down the track, but from recollection, the initial target of 100% of packaging being placed on market being recyclable, compostable, was the original packaging target, which I think came
from COAG.
From an environment minister's meeting, or the former form of that. The subsequent three, I think the environment ministers wrote to APCO and asked them to look at some more specific targets, and the ones we've got around recycled content and single-use plastics was developed subsequent to that by industry.
Could I ask? Okay, thank you. Could I ask you to, on notice, could you provide me with details of that correspondence between the government and because I wasn't aware of that, so that's very interesting. Could I just ask the last question, Chair, in relation to the compostables component of the packaging targets, but just more a general question about compostables. They have been a significant growth item in the packaging industry, especially during COVID. And a lot of, I think, small businesses feel like they're doing the right thing, having compostable packaging, especially for takeaway. Yet the evidence seems to be that most of that is making its way to landfill because there's not necessarily the right, I suppose, compostable facilities and commercial composting facilities in place in many local government areas around the country. Are you able to tell me how many applications there's been under the recycling modernisation funds, specifically in relation to compostable or commercial compostable packaging investments or co-investments?
So, Senator, we may take that on notice just to provide you a more fulsome response, but because certainly we may also need to touch here on the Food Waste for Healthy Soils initiative that was announced by the government last year. And that addresses essentially compostable products, and with a view to providing additional nutritive benefit for application in agricultural soils. So that's quite separate to the Recycling Modernisation Fund, and there has been quite a lot of work done across Australia, across most jurisdictions, to increase the level of recycling of food waste. And specifically on those sort of oxo-degradable plastics. Also, we do know that there has been, while there's been an overall decrease in the volume of some of the problematic and unnecessary single-use packaging materials in Australia, we know that there have been some increases in other materials on the market since 2018-19. So, for example, there has been an increase in oxo-degradable plastics of roughly 88% over that period, as people are looking for alternatives to plastic and phasing out plastic products. That remains, however, a relatively low proportion overall of packaging data, but we'd be very happy to take that question on notice.
Yeah, if you could, and I'd be keen to know what you do know about the latest stats, because the only data I can find of compostables is 18-19 myself, and the evidence certainly the anecdotal evidence is most takeaway shops are now using them around the country, so it must be a significant increase. But I've also been talking to a lot of commercial composting facilities, and most of them don't accept that packaging. A few do, but most don't, because they find it problematic, with contamination being a major issue, and so on and so forth. It's obviously an important part of the national target as well. So anything you could provide me on that would be very useful.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Senator Wilson. We'll now break for the tea break, and we'll return at 2:30 with the Bureau of Meteorology, and then have another agency, and then we're done. So we're going to suspend now. Bye. We're joined by the Bureau of Meteorology. We don't usually take opening statements. In fact, we always take them as tabled, but I understand you have a very, very brief one.
Yeah, I would like to read it, Chair, given recent events, if that's okay.
All right, well, very well. Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair and Mr Johnson. Can I just ask a process question at the moment before Mr Johnson starts? I'm just wondering whether or not Senator Chisholm has got some questions on the packaging covenant. Do we still have officials here, or have they all run away?
I think those people have left, unfortunately.
They have left, have they? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. No worries. Thank you.
All right, so yes, in light of us being ahead, we will allow you to read an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Over recent months, many parts of our country have been impacted by severe weather. We've experienced extreme heat waves in the north and west, cyclones in the Coral Sea, Gulf of Carpentaria and Indian Ocean, and catastrophic fires in the southwest and giant hail in the east. Thankfully, we were not severely impacted by the tsunami that resulted from a volcanic eruption in Tonga, but this event serves to remind us yet again, as an island nation with so much of its population living close to the coast, of the risk we face from seismic events in the oceans that surround us. As I'm sure this committee is aware, recent weeks have also seen very severe weather and associated flooding along large parts of the eastern seaboard. For the last month, including even over to the weekend in Victoria, nearly 10.5 million people in 81 local government areas stretching over 1,600 kilometres of coastline from the Fraser Coast in Queensland to the south coast of New South Wales have been impacted. Regrettably, many lives have been lost, properties and businesses destroyed, and many thousands of our fellow citizens traumatised. Thoughts of everyone at the Bureau are with those who have lost loved ones, homes and businesses in the catastrophic floods across New South Wales and southeast Queensland. As the Treasurer so eloquently expressed in last Tuesday night's budget speech, nothing I say can overcome the personal pain and loss of so many Australians. While the floodwaters have subsided, the recovery and reconstruction efforts will continue for some considerable time. La Niña persists, albeit in a weakened state, and so we must remain vigilant and prepared for what may yet come in the months ahead. During all of these events, our people in the Bureau, from right across Australia, have worked tirelessly and selflessly around the clock under sustained high pressure in the service of the Australian community. They have worked with passion and tenacity, humility and integrity, and a deep sense of individual and collective responsibility. I couldn't be prouder of their professionalism and dedication. The many hundreds of outlooks, forecasts, watches, warnings, stakeholder and partner briefings, press conferences, radio choruses and social media posts that we have delivered over a sustained period over huge areas have been based on the very best available science and technology and engineering capability that benchmarks with that available in the US, UK and European Union. The weather we experience in this country is complex, arguably more complex than most other places in the world. Most Australians live on the coast, adjacent to rivers that flood, and often flood very quickly. Many of those who live and work on our floodplains have only recently moved there, and include some of the most economically vulnerable members of our society. Mr Chairman, the weather is dynamic and can change rapidly over very small distances and very small time frames. This is especially the case given the characteristics of many of our coastal river catchments and where people live in them. This matters enormously because even small changes in the timing or location of high-intensity rainfall events can significantly alter the magnitude of impacts at local scale. The weather also doesn't often operate during business hours, and every severe weather event is different. That is why we always ask that communities closely watch the Bureau's forecasts and warnings on our website and app. Like everyone involved in the recent events, whether they be our elected leaders, emergency managers, business operators or ordinary citizens, we at the Bureau will continue to learn and improve. While the Bureau drew upon the very best available capability to produce its forecasts and warnings during recent events, scientific, technological and engineering advances will continue, as they have for decades. I can assure this committee that we will be relentless in our efforts to bring them to bear as best we can and as soon as we can for the benefit of the Australian community. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dr Johnson. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr Johnson. I just want to refer to a pretty damning article that was printed in the Australian a few days ago about cuts to the bomb. I'm sure you've seen that.
Sorry, which one are you referring to, Senator?
It was on the Friday the 1st. It was in the Australian. It was called Under Fire Weather Bureau has been failed on funding. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that article, yes.
It talks about, in that article, it talks about a number of things, but it also talks about an evacuation order for Lismore that was cancelled and then reissued. So can you tell me about that evacuation order that was provided to Lismore and then it was rescinded only to be reissued a few hours later, as I understand?
Well, the evacuation order that you refer to was issued by the New South Wales SES. It's not the responsibility of the Bureau.
Right.
So if you've got questions around that, obviously they can answer.
Okay, so they rescinded the order or they put the first one in?
Both.
To step me through the process.
Both. So an evacuation order was issued, then the New South Wales...
By the New South Wales
By
SES.
the New South Wales SES. Bureau has no responsibilities for issuing or rescinding evacuation orders. Yeah.
Okay. There was also in that same article, it talked about radar coverage and it talked about black holes in coverage spots. Can you talk to me about what are those black hole or areas where there is no radar coverage?
Yeah. So just for context, Senator, the Bureau has approximately 65 weather radars around the country that cover about 98% of the Australian population.
Right.
So there are, in a continent the size of ours, there are clearly going to be parts of the country that don't have radar coverage. But certainly along the east coast, all the way down through most parts of the Murray-Darling Basin, southwest Western Australia, all our capital cities, there is full coverage. Absolutely are there parts of the country that don't have radar coverage, but they tend to be in very lowly populated areas. But in the high-risk zones, yes, we have full coverage.
So when you say lowly populated areas, are they more inland or?
Yeah, so these would be inland areas like south of Alice Springs or in the desert
and 2%.
areas. Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell me what more could be done to improve the predictability of flooding? I mean, what's needed to adequately predict rainfall?
Yeah. Well, as I said in my opening statement, Senator, the prediction of rainfall, which is a critical component, by no means the only component of flood forecasting, is a subject that's been the subject of many decades of science and will continue to be so, will continue to improve over time. I think it would be helpful for a lot of folks to understand that what actually goes into a forecast and warning. So it all starts with the data that's collected. So data is received, either rain gauge data or river height data. That data is then processed in Bureau's computing systems.
And that data is collected by the BOM?
Some of it's
Dr.
collected by the BOM, and some
Right,
of it's not collected. It's collected by partners in state and local governments.
Right,
So the flood management system in Australia is a joint effort across Commonwealth, state and local government boundaries. So that data is brought in. Data runs through numerical models. Often the outputs of those models and then undergo further analysis and processing, and then they generate guidance that our meteorologists and hydrologists draw upon to issue flood forecasts and warnings. So all the way along that value chain, from the observations that are collected all the way through to the final forecast, we are working on all of those elements of the value chain to improve our performance. And as I said in my opening statement, that's just a continuous process as new science and new technology comes online.
So in terms of the recent flooding in southeast Queensland and, northern New South Wales and Lismore, in terms of the prediction of the flooding, was that adequately predicted by the BOM, and what...
Yeah.
Just step me through that
process.
Of
Again,
what happened.
I think it's a very important question. I'm glad you've asked it. The Bureau has been advising communities about the risk of flooding and the risk of higher rainfall this summer as far back as September 2021, when we started to see the formation of a La Nina event in the Pacific. We briefed the community and indeed the elected representatives in this parliament through September, through October, briefed National Cabinet in November, provided extensive briefings to the New South Wales and Queensland governments, including 3 times with the Queensland Cabinet in August and October and in December. Also with our severe weather outlooks at the back end of 2021, we made it very clear about the heightened risk of above median rainfall and the heightened risk for flooding along the eastern seaboard. So as far back as the third quarter and fourth quarter of 2021, we were alerting the community to the risk. With respect to the specific events that you referred to that started on the Fraser Coast around Gympie and finished up down the south coast, we issued warnings and forecasts many days in advance of those events. All of those forecasts identified the likelihood of heavy rainfall, in many cases life-threatening flash flooding, rapid river rises, and with the associated risks to the community. So I don't think we could have been any clearer with the community about the risk for major flooding along all of those areas that were affected. Obviously, many days out until the rain starts falling, it's very difficult to actually predict a height of a river and a timing of the maximum extent of that height. But as new information came to hand, we updated our forecasts and warnings so that the community had the best available information that they had. Now, in many cases, take for example the Mary River in Gympie and Maryborough, or the Brisbane River, our forecasts for flood heights were very, very accurate, in fact very close to the actual predicted height, which I find extraordinary really given how large and how complex those events were. In Lismore, the forecasts for the flood peak, the final flood peak were accurate, but there wasn't very significant lead time between when those forecasts were issued and when the flood peak manifest. And that's largely an effect of 2 things. Firstly, the uncertainty that existed around the rainfall, and in Lismore in the first flood, there was prodigious rainfall, record-breaking rainfall, 700 millimetres overnight in less than 24 hours, which is right up there with the records that have been recorded in New South Wales ever. And also with Lismore, the terrain around Lismore makes a very rapid response from whenever rain falls to when a flood. So it's much steeper. So if you think about it, in Brisbane, we issued our first major flood warning on the Wednesday, and the peak was on the Monday. In Lismore, we issued our first major flood warning on the Saturday, and the peak was on the Monday, and that just reflects how quickly those systems respond. So every catchment's different, And when you have very high intensity rainfall, very localised, in steep terrain like you have around Lismore, and the town itself is unfortunately located in a not a great position because it's at the confluence of a number of tributaries in the Wilson's catchment, and so it happens, floods happen quickly there. Yeah.
Dr Johnson, has the BOM been approached, or are you in negotiation with any state government around improving or being involved with the flood warning infrastructure network?
Yes, we've certainly had extensive discussions with the Queensland Government around the flood warning infrastructure in Queensland, and we've had preliminary discussions with the New South Wales Government as well. So, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just want a couple of questions about the Australian Climate Service.
Yep.
Can you tell me what role did the service have in the recent flood events?
Yeah, the service provided extensive support to both Emergency Management Australia and the National Resilience and Recovery Agency. With Emergency Management Australia, we're providing obviously regular, highly regular updates on the actual flood situation right along the coast and supporting their efforts from an emergency management response point of view. We also engaged early with Emergency Management Australia and NRRA, again back as far as back half of 2021, just in terms of scenario planning for this summer's events. Partners in the ACS provided analysis to compare and contrast the current events with historical events. Partners led by the CSIRO also did quite a lot of work supporting EMA around logistics and impacts on supply chains. And also the ACS has supported the NRRA with their efforts to prioritise and support recovery efforts and the distribution of funding support mechanisms to affected communities. So data and analysis and intelligence from the ACS has supported both of those agencies, both in the preparation, response and recovery phases of the events.
So in terms of that data analysis and updates, who did the service provide those to?
To Emergency Management Australia and the National Recovery and Resilience Agency, the two primary clients for the ACS.
And can you tell me just how is that distinct to what the BOM does?
Certainly. So the ACS is a partnership between the Bureau, Geoscience Australia, CSIRO and the ABS. So a number of the products that we were able to produce for EMA and NRRA were a synthesis of outputs and capabilities from the four partners. It certainly included elements of the BOM that we would have provided anyhow, because we have staff embedded in the National Situation Room in Canberra to support on the meteorological side of things. But there were things we were done that involved all the partners coming together to provide analyses around particular questions.
Right, so there's not a repetition of the
No,
work
no,
that's been
absolutely
done.
not. No,
Yeah.
no.
It's sort of complementary rather than...
Indeed,
yeah.
indeed.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair, with the BOM.
Chair?
Yep.
Senator Whish-Wilson?
Yep, I'll come to you, Senator. I just wanted to get a sense of, so what is your role under the flood reinsurance pool? Are you just making a designation as part of your...
No, we don't have any role in that pool at all.
Does that mean that the corporation or whatever the government entity is, they draw on your data?
Sorry, just for clarification, the role we do have is to provide advice on cyclones. So when a cyclone forms, when it is concluded, and that goes into determining assistance measures under the pool. So we provided technical advice to it, but it's not our responsibility to administer it.
Do you think that the cyclone pattern area will get bigger over time with climate change?
Cyclones and high intensity rainfall are probably one of the most challenging phenomena in terms of understanding what their trajectory is under a changing climate. The current consensus is that we're likely to see less cyclones, but the ones we see of higher intensity. That's the current standing of the science. But what we also know is that there's a risk that cyclones may come further south than what they have in the past, and that's largely a function of warming oceans, because obviously the ocean is a huge driver of the energy balance of a cyclone.
Okay, and Okay, so you'll see fewer cyclones, but more cyclones with greater intensity.
That's
and
the
coming further
projection.
south.
Mm-hmm.
Then can mitigation and planning still reduce the impact significantly of?
Absolutely.
It can?
Absolutely.
Even if these mega cyclones?
Absolutely. I think, as we see in my home state of Queensland, just the efforts that have gone on over decades of bitter experience, frankly, in planning, building design, planning regulations, general community preparedness and awareness of the risk. Obviously, you can't fully mitigate the impacts of catastrophic cyclones, but you can certainly do many things to reduce the impacts on communities.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. And firstly, Dr. Johnson, thanks to you and all your staff for everything you do, especially over recent months. I imagine it must have been a very, very anxious and slightly traumatic period, given what was at stake. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I just ask? Firstly, you mentioned you briefed National Cabinet. I think you said September 2021.
Yeah.
What was the expectation?
Cool.
What was the process? Why were you briefing National Cabinet? Was that part of the process where you do that automatically, or did you initiate those briefings?
No, we were requested to provide that briefing, and as I said, I think in answer to Senator Urquhart's question, the Bureau is regularly requested to provide briefings at Cabinet level to both Commonwealth and state governments, and we also regularly brief local governments as well. So in advance of the severe weather season, we, as a matter of routine, we provide our outlook for the season ahead, and we were asked to provide the briefing in this case, in this season, to National Cabinet.
Okay, and would you have any expectation on actions that would be taken following those briefings?
Well, it's not appropriate for us to have any expectation on action. Senator, our job is to advise the relevant authorities of the risks and our levels of confidence around those risks, and it's their responsibility then to take on board those risks and all the other risks that they're seeking to deal with and take the appropriate action.
Indeed. Just a point of clarification in a response you made to Senator Urquhart about the SES, the New South Wales SES issuing those evacuation orders. Do they base them on your data?
Certainly, our data is a very important part of the process that they utilise to make those decisions. But in the case of the case that Senator Urquhart referred to, the Bureau was absolutely around the table, not only with the SES, but also most, if not all, of the civic leaders in that region, and they collectively worked through with us around the various risks that were in play, and particularly the risks and uncertainties that were around that weather system. And I wasn't around the table, but our staff who were assure me that there was a strong consensus amongst all of the people, not just the SES, but the civic leaders, including the Mayor, that the actions that they took were most appropriate at the time. And I think what they did was adjust as new information came to bear, as you would hope they would.
Absolutely. Could I excuse my ignorance, Dr. Johnson, but how long have you been in the role for now?
Sorry, Senator, you just broke up there.
We can't hear you, Senator Wilson. What did you say?
Could I just ask how long you've been in the role for, Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, I joined in September 2016, Senator.
16, okay. Because I was just reading a little bit earlier about a review that the Labor government did in July 2011. They commissioned a review of the Bureau of Meteorology's capacity to respond to future weather and natural disaster events, provide seasonal forecasting services. I'll put some more detailed questions to you on notice, but I was just interested if you were aware of what the recommendations were in that report, and if you'd ever reviewed whether they'd been met by either Labor or the Liberal government.
Yes, I'm broadly familiar with the recommendations. That was the Munro review, is the one you're referring to, done by the late Chloe Munro. That review contained a number of recommendations around, primarily about increasing Bureau capability, all of the recommendations, to the best of my knowledge, were implemented before I joined the Bureau in 2016. I also understand that in the subsequent budget processes, the government of the day invested, I think, about $58.5 million additional to the Bureau's funding in response to the Munro Review. So that, I think that's the best I can do on the spot, Senator, but I'd be happy to take any questions that you've got on notice.
Yeah, thanks. I'll put some more on notice because there were some specific recommendations there in relation to flood warning capacity.
Yeah.
But one I was interested in was, do you know roughly how many hydrologists? I mean, are they employed by the Bureau of Meteorology?
Yeah.
Or are they?
No, they are.
How many you currently have front-line hydrologists you have at the moment?
So we have 396 meteorologists and hydrologists in the Bureau at the moment, 301 meteorologists, 95 hydrologists.
95.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. You mentioned earlier, you're obviously, as the science and technology improves, so will your forecast for rainfall. You did mention that the rainfalls around Lismore, the 700 millimetres, was a record rainfall in New South Wales. And I'm not having a go at you by asking this question, but it would be the simple question most people would think of. I mean, did you predict record rainfalls, for example? No. Okay.
And you know, as you probably
could you explain why? Could you just explain briefly why not? Yeah.
Well, our forecasts and warnings, I think, again, I'm glad you've asked the question because there are a lot of misconceptions about how Bureau does its forecasts and warnings. That's learning there for us. I think we perhaps need to explain it more fully. But when we're doing those processes, as I said to Senator Urquhart, the numerical models that we use, we don't just use one, we use a whole range. None of them, including an Australian one, Australian model, UK model, European model and American model. So these are the same models that our sister organisations in the US, UK and Europe would use. None of those models forecast that level of rainfall. They all had their upper boundaries had a sort of in the vicinity of 200, 400 mils, but none of them predicted 700 mils. The issue in Lismore on that particular first flood event is, and as I said this in my opening statement, the parameters that drive very heavy rainfall like we saw there, so there were a couple of places just to the north and northeast of Lismore that had over 700 mils in 24 hours. It takes very, very small differences in those in the parameters that drive that rainfall to make a huge difference in the amount of rainfall that actually falls. And so at the moment, the best available science and technology that's available anywhere in the world finds it challenging to predict some of those, very high-end events. And we'll undoubtedly learn, as will others, about what those drivers are. But, forecasting very high intensity, very localised rainfall remains a major scientific challenge globally, which is why, as I said in my opening statement, it's so important for the community to stay close to our forecasts and warnings, because as soon as we see that rainfall in the environment, we will update our forecasts and warnings. And I think, again, a learning is that these events are not set and forget phenomena. They are a complex, adaptive process that are changing all the time, and that as a society, as a community, we must remain vigilant and attentive to those changes. And so hopefully over time, I'm confident that over time, as our science improves and that we improve our supercomputing capacity, we improve our capacity to sense the environment from space. We welcome the government's announcement in the recent budget around a space mission, which will have a strong meteorological focus. So all those things come to bear over time, our capacity to forecast that high intensity rainfall, not just in events like at Lismore, but thunderstorms and so on, cyclones, it will improve. But I think also the public has to understand that meteorology is not a perfect game. There are always uncertainties, and no matter how much science and technology we throw at the problem, there's a very complex, chaotic system, and there are always going to be uncertainties, and we just need to be alert to those uncertainties and better at communicating them.
Absolutely. I know I've asked you this before, but do you keep a record of broken records, temperature records, and
we certainly keep a.
How many have we
keep.
broken this summer? Not just in rainfall, but in other areas of the weather. How many records have we broken?
Well, in that rainfall, certainly rainfall records were broken right along the New South Wales coast for 7-day rainfall records. In my own hometown of Brisbane, records were broken. For example, Brisbane, I think, is only on 8 times since records have been kept. It's in the sort of mid-1840s. 8 times that we had more than 200 millimetres in a day. And in this event, we had 200 millimetres for 3 days in a row. And there were 33 rainfall stations in the Brisbane area that had over a metre of rain in those 3 days. That's phenomenal rain, and that's certainly record-breaking rain. And as I said before, in New South Wales, the rainfall rates along the coast, 7-day rainfall totals in the Northern Rivers broke records. And as we've seen in parts of the Northern Rivers, particularly in the Wilson's catchment in Lismore, and then in the Richmond River system further downstream at Woodburn, we had floods there, the highest in recorded history, a bit over 2 metre record at Lismore and a 1.8 metre record at Woodburn. But we keep on all weather phenomena. We keep records, and for example, in January the temperature record was equalled at Onslow, a 60-odd year record that was equalled with Oodnadatta, 50.7 degrees. So whatever the phenomena it is, wind speed, temperature. Late last year, the hail record was broken at Mackay, 16 centimetre piece of hail. So you name it, if there's a meteorological phenomena, we'll have the data, and we can compare historical events with current events.
Excellent, thank you. Look, just a couple of quick questions about the ocean.
Yeah.
I hope most Australians know the ocean plays a big role in the weather. I'm particularly interested in the East Australian current.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got any thoughts on or could you tell us what the temperatures are in the East Australian current at the moment, and whether you expect that they'll rise on the flow down to Tasmania, down in the southeast part of the country?
I don't have the temperatures current as of today, Senator. I apologise, but as you know, ocean temperatures globally and here in Australia's ocean territories have been warming in recent decades, on average around about a 1 degree warming. And we know that ocean temperatures along the south coast of New South Wales and the northeast coast of Tasmania have also been increasing, and so that depending on the strength of the EAC, we've seen in recent years elevated temperatures along the east coast of Tasmania, and a couple of years ago we saw an extended period of elevated ocean temperatures in the Tasman Sea, and often referred to as the Tasman Sea heatwave. So we have seen those warming temperatures now over recent years, and again, assuming current course and trajectory for global emissions, one would expect that trend to continue.
Thank you. Chair, just last question, because I know you're probably keen for me to finish up. Well, I'm happy to keep going.
No, we're happy to take your last question.
I'll bet. Dr. Johnson, I did read somewhere that the bleaching on the Great Barrier Reef that we've seen recently was linked to the weather events on the terrestrial weather events. Is that true? And there was an expectation that we'd avoided bleaching in February. Why did the ocean jack in temperature in March unexpectedly?
Yeah, so Senator, I think you said wasn't there. I just want to check, but I can tell you what happened, and I know that colleagues from Gabrumpa are following us, so I'm sure you'll have more detailed questions for them. But all of that wet weather that we saw basically south of Bundaberg, the flip side of that was through central Queensland, North Queensland, indeed into the Northern Territory, we had record-breaking heat waves. Not just daytime temperatures, but nighttime temperature records were broken as well. And so whilst all that weather was occurring sort of south of about Bundaberg, we had quite very, very hot and still conditions in large areas of the marine park. And as you also know, it's been a very quiet cyclone season in the Coral Sea. We potentially have a low pressure that could develop into a cyclone in the next few days, but it'll likely be well offshore from the Australian mainland. And so the short answer is that lots of days, cloudless days, still days with low wind velocities and high heat, and those sort of things are not very good if you're a coral or the symbiotic bacteria that live in them.
It sounds like breaking weather records are becoming a broken record, or sounding like a broken record.
Okay, thanks,
Dr.
Senator
Johnson. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Johnson and Dr. Stone and Mr. Metcalfe, isn't it, for appearing today. I'd like to make some comments, or like ask some questions about the distressing floods. But first of all, I want to commend you for admitting that you don't know everything. That's so refreshing to hear. I mean, I don't know everything, and someone who's talking about weather certainly doesn't know everything. Nature's highly variable, and natural variation is enormous. Coming to the floods, very distressing for people. I think it's important to give them the right information. According to Bureau of Meteorology's graphs, in the last 100 years there have been 2 major floods, and in the previous 90 years there were 11 major floods.
Sorry, and just to be clear, Senator, where are you talking about? In Brisbane?
Sorry, Brisbane, yes,
Brisbane.
thank you,
right.
Yeah. In 1974, the flood was much less, which is the highest recent flood in the last 100 years. 1974, the flood levels reached were much less than 1893 and
Correct.
much less than 1841.
Correct.
So has the government, state or federal, discussed anything about doing some research with regard to flood mitigation?
Maybe I could respond to 2 parts of your question. You're right, Senator, there have been bigger floods in Brisbane since records have been kept, and records have only been kept since the 1840s, so who knows how big the floods really get in Brisbane. When you look at the historical narratives, if you read George Somerset's writings and where the traditional people of the Brisbane Valley used to have their summer camps, one could possibly reasonably draw a conclusion that the flood levels have even been higher.
Well, you're familiar with where the university's experimental mine is at Indooroopilly?
Yeah.
Apparently, geologists say that the floods were 5 metres higher than the 1841 floods. I mean, that's just unfathomable.
Possible. All of these things are possible. But just to correct the record, there have been 12 major floods in Brisbane since 1840 and 3 since 1970, including the most recent one. So we had the 74, the 1011 and the one the other day. So 3 major floods in Brisbane since 1970, and certainly the most recent one's the 74 flood was.
I was just going off the Bureau's graph and had lines.
Well, we probably haven't put the line on for this one the other day yet, but
no, it was on there.
Oh, was it? Okay,
yeah, but
there are 3:
yeah.
74, 10, 11, and 22. So that, just for the record, Chair, that is the flood history in Brisbane. The second part of your question, flood mitigation, that's not a responsibility of the Bureau. That's the responsibility of state governments. And as you know, and local government indeed, and as you know, obviously Wivenhoe Dam being put in, although its primary purpose is not for flood mitigation, it's for water security, it does perform a flood mitigation function. And the Brisbane City Council also undertakes significant flood mitigation works. You'll probably be aware since the 1011 flood they've installed extensively throughout Brisbane engineering works to try and reduce the backflow of water from the river up into the suburbs, which was one of the experiences from the 1011 flood, that people were getting flooded through water coming back up through the stormwater system. So that the flood mitigation work is their responsibility. Certainly the flood mitigation works draw heavily on Bureau data.
That's what I was
Bureau
getting at.
historical data.
It's not your responsibility to
It's not our responsibility to do the work,
but
to do the
they
mitigation.
do consult with you.
Correct, and the state and local governments also heavily utilise not only their own in-house capability but significant capability in the private sector. So we make all that data available and people are welcome to use it, and we hope they use it to keep our community safer in the future.
Right. My question wasn't going to any attempt to pin you down, blame you for the floods.
No, I
That's
wasn't
ridiculous.
reading it that way, Senator.
So
No.
good.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine the Bureau has any responsibility to correct politicians or media that produce stories saying the floods in 2022 were due to climate change caused by humans or anything like that. That's their responsibility, isn't it? It's not yours.
Well, we just report what we see happening in the environment. We don't, and we try to do so to the best of our ability as factually as we can. So we don't choose to speculate on this. What we've said very clearly is that with climate change, we can expect the frequency of high-intensity rainfall events to increase.
Based on models?
Based on models and also based on our recent experience. What we also can see, just as a basic law of physics, is that for every 1 degree the temperature rises, the atmosphere holds about 7% more water. So Australian temperature record is at 1.47 plus or minus 0.2-ish since records have been kept. So that roughly, I'm not an engineer like you are, Senator, but so roughly about atmosphere holding roughly about 10% more water than it might have had in pre-industrial times. That water's got to go somewhere, circulates around the planet, it's part of a mass balance with the oceans and the rivers. So I think it's absolutely reasonable to expect, as the climate continues to change, that the likelihood of these high-intensity events like we've seen will increase, and all other things being equal, increasing risk of flooding for those communities that live on active floodplains. So a lot of people live really close to rivers that are still very active.
And some people say that Brisbane is the city built in a river.
Indeed. I think the title of the book is A River with a City Problem.
That's right.
So I don't know the book you're referring to. Yeah.
So some would argue, and there's a lot of conjecture around this, but just in response, some argue that an increase in water vapour in the atmosphere leads to a cooling effect for all kinds of reasons. So there's a lot of uncertainties in forecasting the weather, forecasting the climate. Coming back to your questions, my questions and your answers in the previous Senate estimates in February, I said, I'll just quote from the transcript, I'm asking whether the state of the climate reports actually show that scientifically prove that carbon dioxide from human activity affects climate and needs to be cut. And you responded, well, I've got the report in front of me. I don't believe there's a section in there that, well, that's right, it's not the purpose of the report. I happen to agree with you. I've been through many of the reports. Then you went on later on and said, I think we've made it really clear what the purpose of the document is. It's to provide a synthesis of our observations of Australia's climate and oceans. Previously, you said, I think it's important for the record to note that none of the state of the climate reports in any way whatsoever make statements with respect to global emissions. So I compliment you for your clarity, and I appreciate your clarity. It's not the Bureau of Meteorology's responsibility to correct politicians when they say that state of the climate contains evidence of cause and effect?
Certainly the Bureau is not in the habit of making public comment around statements that our elected officials make. Senator, as you know, our job is to advise, and elected representatives are free to say whatever they wish to say. I
Thank
think
you.
Of everybody, you would probably know that best. So no, we provide our best scientific advice to you, and you'll form your own conclusions on that advice.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Thanks, Senator Roberts. Okay, we thank you very much for being here this afternoon, Bureau of Meteorology, and we wish you all the best in the future, and we hope you don't get too busy on the insurance scheme.
Thank you.
And that's great. We are now going to here on video conference, or is he on the computer screen? Is he here? Okay. Is the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority person here? Hello. How are you? Well, we call you to come to the table. All right, very well. Very well. All right, Mr. Thomas, it's good to see you, and we thank you for being here in person. And give you an opportunity to take your seat and table any opening statement you might have. And we've got some questions for you. And Senator Chisholm has some questions for you.
Happy to move straight to questions, Chair.
All right, Senator Chisholm, you've got the call.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to start with if we could get an update on the status of the Great Barrier Reef. Obviously, there's been reports of another episode of bleaching. The department talked briefly about that on last week, so I was just wondering if the Marine Park Authority could give us an update.
Happy to do that, Senator. I'll ask my Chief Scientist, Dr. David Wackenfeld.
David Wackenfeld, Chief Scientist for the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. We had record-breaking heatwave conditions in December, followed by relatively mild conditions in January and February, but then, as Dr. Johnson just referred to, returned to heatwave conditions right at the end of February and for the first couple of weeks of March. So in the end, we did see widespread coral bleaching throughout most of the Great Barrier Reef. We conducted a series of aerial surveys over about 10 days in mid to late March and confirmed that we are experiencing another mass coral bleaching event. So that's the fourth since 2016, the sixth overall, and the first time we've ever seen that happen under La Nina conditions. A few things that are really important to emphasise in relation to that. So first of all, bleached coral is stressed, but very much still alive. And if the temperature conditions moderate, then that coral can recover and survive. The second is that the aerial surveys are extremely good at surveying the corals in the shallow parts of reefs, but only down to about 5 metres. And so we don't have information yet about the extent and severity of the bleaching to greater depths than that. So we are currently undertaking, with our partners in the Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service and the Australian Institute of Marine Science, as well as with master reef guides and others in the tourism industry, a series of underwater surveys to give us more information about the severity of the heat stress to the corals, how much mortality there has been, and also to what depth that heat stress goes. So at this stage, yes, confirming a mass coral bleaching event, but still quite a lot of work to do to confirm the final outcome of that. And in fact, the final wash-up will come next July in the reports from the Australian Institute of Marine Science long-term monitoring program after they complete their next round of surveys.
Okay. Can you provide any update on whether it covered different geographical territory, this bleaching event, compared to others? The department last week talked about Middle Reef, which I think is closer to Townsville, that has been impacted. I just wanted to get a bit of an historical perspective on that.
So the 2016 event was primarily in the northern third, 2017 central third, 2020 very widespread throughout the park. There really aren't any areas that haven't had at least a degree of bleaching before. This event is also very widespread, but is certainly it's most intense in the northern and central parts of the Great Barrier Reef.
I just wanted to move on now to the UNESCO World Heritage Monitoring Mission. Can you give the committee an update on where that is at?
Senator Josh Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the Marine Park Authority. That visit has been conducted and the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority had some engagement with it. I understand it was completed successfully on Wednesday, I think last week, the 30th of March.
Okay, is there any update you can give us on how many people were involved, where they went, what the involvement of the Marine Park Authority was with organising it?
Certainly. So UNESCO deployed 2 experts to Australia to better understand the Great Barrier Reef here on the ground. The visit went for approximately 10 days from memory, and encountered a wide number of sectors, a wide number of geographic locations to go about achieving that understanding. Our Chief Scientist here, Dr. Wackenfeld, was in attendance for the entirety of the duration of that visit, as were other senior officials.
And are you aware of what the Minister's involvement was in the monitoring mission?
The Minister did receive the monitoring mission and had some engagements with them. I wasn't in attendance at those.
And do you have ongoing dialogue with them before their report is finalised, or is it something you just sort of have to sit and wait for?
I believe, Senator, that there have been some clarifying questions and emails being asked of our team, but Dr. Wackenfeld, would you like to comment further?
Oh, well, Senator, they got an enormous amount of information while they were here, but obviously if they have any follow-up questions as they are now writing their report, we'll happily receive those and assist them with further information.
When's that report due again, sorry?
I'm actually not sure of the answer to that question, Senator.
Senator, it's Andrew Metcalfe, the Secretary. Some of the detail that you're asking is probably better answered by the department than Garoompa, such as the question you just asked. So.
I do have it in my notes because I did ask that on last week, so
yeah,
that's okay. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Senator Chisholm. Senator Agut.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the committee hearings for today. Senator,
Whoa, Chair.
who's that?
I'm here.
Senator Wishwater.
Do you have a question?
Yes, that's why I'm online.
Oh, we can't see you. You're not online. Are you
Can you
supposed to be?
see me?
There you go.
Can you
Okay.
see me now?
This is the first time we've seen you, so you have to forgive us for not
I
being
was on a few minutes. I think I was on a few minutes ago, Chair.
No, we couldn't see you.
No, we couldn't see you, so you have to.
You were blank.
You have to forgive us for not being mind readers.
I forgive you. You're well and truly forgiven. Thank you.
Okay, well that's
I think actually
that's I'm still speaking. I just wanted to congratulate you for being magnanimous, and thank you very much for your ongoing goodwill, and now invite you to ask some questions.
very, very formal, Chair. I'm impressed. Must be in a good mood because you're finishing early.
Well, you know, I like the late, sessions. They're good.
Good. Okay. Look, actually, Senator Chisholm's asked most of my questions. Could I just ask Dr. Wackenfeld, I thought there was a sense in February, and I do enjoy your Friday, your briefing, your updates that you provide online. There was a sense in February that perhaps the reef had avoided a mass coral bleaching this year. Were you surprised when the water temperatures jacked in March and led to this bleaching event?
Senator, I think if there's one thing I've learned in recent years, it is to not be surprised by what the weather does. So I would say no, I wasn't surprised. We've seen before that heat stress in March can accumulate and contribute to heat stress to corals and contribute to bleaching. So you are quite right that throughout January and almost all of February, the conditions were very mild. And after the record-breaking temperatures of December, we were certainly more optimistic that we would get through summer without anything significant happening. But I think Dr. Johnson did a great job of articulating those events that happened at the very end of February and in the first 2 weeks of March. Those did cause extreme heat to develop very quickly, and that heat pushed many corals in many parts of the Great Barrier Reef over the edge that had already been stressed from the record-breaking conditions in December. So it's not expected to have a bleaching event under La Nina conditions, and I think I said that this is the first time that has happened. But at the same time, the planet is 1.1 degree warmer than it once was, and that has an effect on weather, and unexpected things do happen.
Indeed, and it makes you wonder what it would be like under 2 degrees or 3 or 4 degrees of warming, if that's happening at 1.1 degree of warming. Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, fantastic. Dr. Rockenfield, you spent some time recently with the experts from UNESCO. Are you aware of whether there are other coral reef systems suffering similar mass bleachings this summer, apart from the Great Barrier Reef?
I've certainly heard of some preliminary bleaching happening on the reefs of the West Coast, though to my understanding April is actually their peak month for heat stress, so obviously we would need to wait for a while longer to see what the West Coast scenario delivers. I have put out a bit of a request through sort of international coral reef monitoring channels about whether or not there is any bleaching happening in other places, and I haven't had much of a response. So I don't have a comprehensive picture of what's happening around the world.
Great, thank you. As you mentioned, this is occurring on 1.1 degree of warming. I won't go through the same questions I asked back in February, but you did mention that bleached corals aren't dead; they can recover and survive. Are you optimistic that if we keep getting the same frequency and magnitude of bleaching events 4 and 6 years, that they will be able to recover and survive, for example, in the next decade?
I am optimistic about the future, but only on the basis of ongoing strong implementation of the Paris Agreement. And as we have said in our position statement and reiterated many times, the future of the reef depends on the fastest and strongest possible global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, coupled with the collaborative efforts of the Australian and Queensland governments through the Reef 2050 plan to do everything we can locally to improve the resilience of the system. But we do need both pieces of that puzzle in order to deliver a better future for the Great Barrier Reef.
Okay, so is it correct the IPCC forecasts for future warming scenarios and coral bleaching frequencies were suggesting the reef may have a future if we had less than one bleaching per decade on average?
Senator, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, I was just interested in frequency. Like, we've had 4 bleaching events in 6 years, including an La Nina year, which is, as you say, was unexpected. It hasn't been seen before. There has been some concern raised publicly by scientists about what it might look like in an El Nino year in a few years' time. What does the latest kind of modelling tell us on 1.5 degrees, the Paris, as you mentioned, or let's say less than 2 degrees? What does the latest modelling tell us on a less than 2 degrees scenario, the frequency of bleaching events we're expected to see?
So I think that the best advice on that is still, as we discussed at the last estimates, or perhaps the one before that, the 2018 IPCC report on the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees. Both of those are confronting scenarios for coral reefs, but 1.5 is a far better scenario than 2, and that's why we call for the strongest and fastest possible action to reduce emissions. At 1.5 degrees, we will still need extremely strong local endeavours to promote the resilience of the system through all the things that we do traditionally to care for the Great Barrier Reef, but also through, hopefully, the development of new techniques through the Reef Restoration and Adaptation Programme. But once we approach 2 degrees, then the modelling tells us that impacts on reefs all around the world will become unsustainable. And that's why that window in the Paris Agreement between well below 2 and preferably 1.5 is absolutely critical, not only for the world's coral reefs, but for the hundreds of millions of people around the world who depend upon them for food, economy, and coastal shelter.
Indeed. And sorry, I was a bit unclear before. My understanding was the 1.5 degree trajectory was leading to an expected bleaching event about once a decade. But my point was we've already seen 4 in 6 years on 1.1 degree warming. So it just seems, I'm just trying to grasp why we've seen so many so quickly just on 1.1 degree warming.
I understand the question now, Senator. So obviously the forecasts and the modelling are based on very long-term averages, and that they don't literally mean that there will be one bleaching event every decade. They mean that if you could average it out over a long period of time, that's what it would come to. Weather events may still well come in clusters, so we may get within whatever long-term average is, we may get a cluster of bad years followed by a cluster of relatively good ones. Certainly having 4 mass bleaching events over a now 7-year period is extremely concerning, and I don't think the reef could sustain that in the long term. I would make one observation which is extremely important, I think, to put all of these events into perspective. The events in 2016 and 17 had sufficient heat stress to not only cause mass bleaching, but also very high levels of mortality amongst shallow corals. In 2020, there was enough heat stress to cause mass bleaching, but not enough to cause very much mortality, as demonstrated by the AIMS long-term monitoring program. The jury is still out on the 2022 event, and whether that will see, in the end, whether that will be another high mortality event, or whether it will follow the pattern of 2020 with severe bleaching, but not actually leading to mortality. It's too early to tell that at the moment, but in many places at this point, I would say the indication is we will not see high mortality of the corals from this event, but we just need to wait for AIMS to complete their next round of surveys and report to have a final understanding of that picture.
Thank you. And could the 16-17 mortality have been because it was a back-to-back bleaching events?
Yes, that was the first time we had 2 consecutive years with mass bleaching events.
Yeah. Okay. Just a couple of quick questions on UNESCO. So what's the process from here, and what's the Great Barrier Reef Authority's ongoing, I suppose, contact with UNESCO? Will they be requiring you to send any additional information? Will they be asking for any particular updates? Have they requested any reports from the authority?
Senator, the visiting experts certainly did receive a lot of our information and reports, including scientific briefings on the Great Barrier Reef, the pressures that are on it, how they're being, how those pressures are being managed. From here, the experts will produce their report in a timely fashion to coincide with the World Heritage Committee meeting later this year, and I'm not quite sure what all those UNESCO's processes are through their advisory bodies in the World Heritage Centre, but we'll certainly be available to clarify any questions they have, or and be supportive in the development of that program where our expertise can be helpful.
Thank you. I did ask these questions at last estimates, not just to you guys, but to Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. A number of Australian ambassadors were doing social media posts on the Great Barrier Reef, saying how well it's been recovering from recent bleaching events, etc. Has the government or DFAT or any other departments requested information from the Toowoomba to provide, I suppose, a briefing to the World Heritage Committee on the recent bleaching event? Are you telling them about what's going on the reef at the moment?
You did break up there a little tiny bit, Senator, but to the best of my ability, the Marine Park Authority has certainly shared a lot of factual information about the Great Barrier Reef with our colleagues in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. That information, I'm not sure how ambassadors internationally are using it.
Including on this briefing event, Josh, or on this bleaching event?
That information would be widely understood, I believe, by all our Commonwealth colleagues and other departments, Foreign Affairs and Trade included.
Okay. All done, Senator Whittle-Wilson?
Okay, sorry, if I could just ask one more question on that. So,
Yep.
Has the government requested any information from your department, from the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, to provide information to UNESCO country members? And will you be asked to provide any information on other matters relating to the potential World Heritage Endangered listing in the months to come?
It's quite possible we would be asked in the future to provide support or technical advice in support of engagements with UNESCO or its state parties. And we've certainly done that in the past. I've certainly participated in a briefing for ambassadors here in Canberra, some of whom, I believe most of whom, were members of UNESCO. So we've certainly done that in the past. I don't have an exact list of all of those engagements, Senator, but we've been available for those types of engagements.
Okay. I'll just take a wild stab in the dark here. I'm guessing none of our ambassadors have been tweeting about the latest mass coral bleaching in the La Nina year. Would that be correct?
I don't know, Senator. Sorry, I haven't seen all of those ambassadors online.
Fair enough. Thank you for all you do, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Senator.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. That concludes the committee's hearings for today. Senators are reminded that written questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by close of business Thursday, 14 April. I thank ministers and officers for their attendance. Also thank the committee members, Secretariat staff, broadcasting and Hansard officers. The committee will reconvene tomorrow and resume its examination of the communications and arts outcomes of the transport, regional development and communications portfolio. And we thank you very much, and that's the end of the hearing.
Thank you. Well done, Chair. 37 minutes later than my estimate.